Good evening. Welcome to the to Football Heritage TV and to the Spurs review. This is the season finale, episode 28. Thank God the season is over. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels that way, but good grief, this day has taken forever to get here. Talking about people who have taken forever to get here, Alex is not here yet. We don't even know if he's coming. Irish Hotspur said he's been streaming for 95 hours solid, so I'm not sure what time he'll be arriving. But we have got three people who aren't as good as those two, but they have managed to get here on time. Perchy, known as Jack. I think your Spanish team just got relegated. How are you?
It's okay? Fine. Great day.
Great day. Good,
yeah.
good.
No, listen, I'm just happy the season's over, I'll be honest. I've been praying for this day for so long. We can kind of relax now. Like, I actually had on my stream a celebratory beer after the game because it was over with. Great. I mean, listen, we didn't get into Europe, thank God.
No, absolutely. Pete, welcome back. You've been working the last few weeks. We haven't had you here. Happy the season's over?
I think it's been my favourite day of the season because it's over, and I got what I wanted for once, which is us not to be in Europe. So it's the only time Spurs have delivered this season for me.
We're going to come on to that in a minute because I've just been speaking to a few people who reckon we could have won the European competition next year. We'll come on to that in a minute. Talking of that person, Sean, how are you, mate? You well? You good?
Good, mate. Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I genuinely feel a sense of relief that is over. I do. And that's a sad thing. Normally, I hate it when the season ends, but what a difference 12 months makes, right? What a difference from this day last year to this day this year. Let's get into it, guys. Let's talk about today's game before we go into some questions that I asked you to all come prepared with answers. We're going to be talking about the best Spurs player of the season. That will be Spurs homework, just in case Spurs aren't bad enough. We're going to be talking about the best Spurs player of the season, which will be a very quick conversation. The worst Spurs player of the season. The biggest disappointment, maybe if I put this here instead of there, I wouldn't have to keep looking around, would I? The biggest disappointment at Spurs this season. The worst Premier League signing. That's not Spurs. That's the worst Premier League signing. The best Spurs game you've seen this season. And your Premier League Team of the Year, 1 to 11. Before we get into that, let me start with you, Pete. Spurs hadn't won away, I believe, in 10 games going into this one, 10 games. Hadn't won outside of London since October. Mind-blowing. But we managed to get a win today. Thoroughly deserved. Good win. Did it matter? Do you care?
No. Couldn't give a toss. I think, to be honest, I thought we'd lose today. I thought Leeds would be much more up for it than they seem to be. I thought they'd be at us from the minute go. I mean, the early goal probably helped that, but I think Leeds just went out of that whimper, really. I didn't expect that. I expected a real thorough sort of roarous atmosphere and all that, which our players normally crumble in, but it never came. And it was just like a training game, really. We could do what we want when we wanted.
Yeah. It wasn't great, was it? I mean, Sean, let me come to you. Are you surprised? I genuinely thought Leeds, all right, in the end it didn't matter because other results went against them, but I genuinely thought we were going to see Ellen Road absolutely pumping, balls into our box. I thought they'd pin us in. I thought they were absolutely dreadful, weren't they?
Yeah, and that bloke, Weston McKennie, I am so glad that Tottenham didn't spunk another 30 million quid on him. Like, the only thing, like, because he was apparently close to joining Tottenham, and a lot of Tottenham fans who knew him or know him from the American team or whatever, they wanted him, and I'm so glad. The only thing he's got about him is some weird little contortion where he throws the ball about 100 miles in the air. But apart from that, he's absolutely, like, the whole team yet today, disappointing from them. I like Leeds as a team, even though when I was 8 and I went to Ellen Road, I was saying this on the Irish Hotspur, like a 14-year-old Leeds United fan threw a Coke can at my head and he missed by that much. So I always got a weird memory of being at Ellen Road. But it's I was expecting more from them. Yeah, and Pete's right, they went out with a whimper. It's pretty pathetic, if I'm honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Perchy, forget Leeds for the moment. Uninspiring the first half, would you say? I mean, I know we got the early goal in 2 minutes, but after that, pretty uninspiring. Not really any kind of forays into their box. No real football being played. 45-minute FC.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Today I hardly watched the Spurs game. I'll be honest. I was just flicking through all the other games, seeing what was going on. Yeah, Harry Kane just proving yet again what a football player we've got. Like, literally has nothing, and he somehow scored loads of goals this season. And it just sort of showed today. It's a weird one, isn't it? Really, the kind of way I looked at it was first half we were terrible. I didn't think there was much of it. And then second half, as you say, we looked better, but there was no pressure really. I think that's the key part. Today there was no pressure, and we why can't we play like that in the second half most of the season? I feel like there's so many games of football this season which we're probably going to start going into that, like, we look great second half and realistically don't batter them, but all for nothing, really, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was great to win, right? But it all felt, Pete, that just all a little bit too little too late. You know, performances, I'm not saying it was a great performance, but a win like that, where's that been all season? You know, where's that been in our away performances against, let's be fair, a lot of our away performances in the last sort of 10 away games have been really teams we should be beating. Leicester, Southampton, Wolves, you know, all of these clubs that we should be beating. So why are we able to do that today? Is it because Leeds were that bad, or is it because there was no pressure, or is this just Spurs being Spursy?
I'll put it down to Leeds being that bad. I never expected them to be that poor. I think anyone would have walked in there and smashed them today playing like that. And we weren't really great. Kane was, but the rest of them were really as they were.
Basuma was good.
To be honest, Basuma was good. I'll
like
give him that.
Porro.
We saw glimpses
Porro.
of what we've seen. Hopefully, we might see next season if we let him actually play in his right position. But I mean, when that goal went in, when they scored, you thought, "Here we go," and you thought that this is when it's going to come, and a storm's going to come, and then before you know it, we'll be down. But it never really came, and I think that sums up the day. Really, it was all more about Leeds being that poor than us being that good, because we weren't really that good. We still gave away some chances. They just couldn't. They didn't have a striker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sean, let me come to you. I want to talk about a few players today for good and bad reasons. We'll leave Kane to later because otherwise we could just literally chuck superlatives at him all the time. I thought Basuma, as you mentioned, had a really good game. And I thought in the last couple of weeks we started to see cameos of the player that we bought. He looks composed on the ball. He breaks up play. He's got an engine on him. And when he gets it, I don't feel as panicked as when Højbjerg and Skip have it. Would that be fair to say, all of those things, or a bit harsh?
Yeah, 100%. I thought Skip was awful today. And Basuma bossed the midfield by himself. What I'm unclear on is what his role is going to be, or what it should be in a 3-man midfield. Presuming we're going to have a 3-man midfield next season. You know, there's an argument to let him have the 6 role, but I don't think he's a monster 6. I don't think he's one of those sort of tough tackling kind of Casemiro's or Rodri types. But he does have, or at least glimpses of today, like you say, of his ability to kind of just find some space, do some get his feet out of the way, and then release the ball into good position. So he could definitely play in the 6, but I don't think he's an out 6. He's more of a box to box. But then, you know, how do you utilize him with a fully fit Bentancur next season? I'm not sure whether you have those two and then you go and get someone more defensive to sit in behind, or you let him do that role and then get someone more attacking, whoever that can, maybe a Madison or whatever else to sit in the 3. I don't really know what his best position is. I don't think anyone does. Maybe you guys can tell me if you do. But I look very impressed with him today. Really impressed. Again, difficult to know how good he was because Leeds were just that bad. But yeah. You know, I feel like he'll be like a new signing next season. You know, because I don't think we've seen anything like. We haven't seen enough of him this season, and we haven't seen anywhere near the player that he was. And so I feel like if we can get him back to his best next season, he will feel like a new signing to me.
Yeah, I think he's a top player. Just quickly before I come to you, Perchy, 264 of you in here at the moment. I'm sure that will grow, and only 43 likes. Smash the like button, people. It really does help YouTubers. Please just smash the like. Please subscribe to Spurs Talk Show for Sean as he chases down the 8K, 9K. 8K
next.
Smash the subscribe button for Perchy, for the Perchy TV, as he's looking to get the big 1K on the board. And please continue to subscribe to myself as we chase down 6K. We'll add Dave in here, but Dave, I'll come to you in a second, my man. Let you catch your breath. Perchy, an interesting point that Sean brought up there about Basuma. Because for me, I don't think his best position is in a two-man midfield and a 3-4-3. If I'm brutally honest, I think the best we saw of him at Brighton was when they had a back four and then a three in front of that and a three in front of that. He's screaming out for someone like Basuma to play with someone like Bentancur. I know he's injured and probably won't play again until next year, but Bentancur and then a Maddison in front. I mean, would that be the complete triangle for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think, or it depends on how we set up and stuff. If we go more attacking, or if you, for example, you could go and get in a proper number 6 that will play, and then theoretically, if you build it in the system and players that we have got, we're going to have 2 very attacking fullbacks next season. So you could argue if you go and get in a number 6, I know he's not going to come to Spurs, but that Ugarte or someone on that ilk that can play as like a sort of anchor into the defense and stuff, you could play it that way. So you then have like a 4-3-3 with Basuma playing more box to box, allowing the likes of Bentancur to go a bit further forward. Or if you change it and go more 4-2-3-1, and then you play number 10, it will allow that to work. So either or. But I think you're right. I think Basuma, Bentancur, and then another. It's working out who that other is. Basically, I think is the best way to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me come to you on this day. How are you, mate? You well? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank God that season's over, lads.
Absolutely. It's the sentiment of everyone, right? It's like, oh, God, like it's done. Look, the midfield area for Spurs, Dave, is interesting moving into next year because so far, what we've done, all of us so far, we've all factored in a midfield that includes Bentancur. And we know that the guy is not coming back. I believe the last I heard was that he wasn't going to be back into full training until November, end of October, which means he's not going to be fully fit to play until December time. Does that make it paramount that we go out and get another central midfielder in the summer? Somebody maybe a Paulinho ilk down at Fulham, who's made the most tackles in the Premier League this year, something like that?
To be honest with you, if we want to go into the season fully prepared with everything, which is not going to happen, hasn't happened at Tottenham for quite some time, you would want to bring in a Cam and another central midfielder, if you want me to be brutally honest, because it depends on the game. If you're coming up against a Man City, a Man United, a Liverpool, or especially away from home, you put a 3-man midfield in there with a Basuma, a Bentancur, and another guy in behind them, a monster number 6, or against the lower league teams, you require a Cam, someone further up the field that's gonna unlock the door. So for me, I think we need both, to be honest with you. I think Basuma was absolutely excellent today. I think him coming back, I think has sort of shown up Højbjerg and Skip, if you want me to be brutally honest. Skip, he's nowhere near good enough on the ball. We've seen that against Brentford last week when he got caught, and we also seen it today. He was absolutely atrocious in there. Basuma comes in, and without Skip's help, he got around. It's just the calmness. It's the way he reads the game. He knows when to take a touch. He knows when to, drop the shoulder. He knows when to lay it off first time. But the most crucial thing about Basuma is he drops back into a pocket to receive it. He doesn't just, leave the pass off and that's it. He's always looking to get it back and play.
Yeah.
But do you know what I'll do next season, to be honest with you? Look, I feel sorry for Sarr. Even through, this season, one of our worst seasons ever, he hasn't been able to feature regularly. So for me, he's going to need a loan move.
I agree.
For me, I think, look, it's hard with Ollie Skip to know whether he's going to make it or not. For me, I think he seriously lacks on the ball, especially at the Premier League level. I think he needs to develop that. So at 22 years, do you put him on the transfer list? Do you loan him out for another year and develop him? And then you're left with Højbjerg. I'd keep Højbjerg around another season. just to sort of have experienced guys in there. Because look, I know people don't like Højbjerg, but for me, he's better than Skip. And I would keep him around and look to utilize him for at least another season before shipping him on.
Yeah, listen, I guess that's the point, isn't it? I don't know who was next. I'll just chuck it out to everyone. When you look at, sorry, that's when I get too many people, my brain can't work in more than 5. Guys, when we look at the midfield options at the moment, are you all surprised that Sarr hasn't had more game time? And the reason I ask that is off the back of what Dave's saying. But for me, I think he's a much more capable, tidy player, should we say, than Ollie Skip. He's got a better engine. From what I've seen, nothing phases him. He's got, I always say this and get laughed at, he's got good legs on him, and he hasn't been given daddy long legs. But why have we been seeing Skip week in, week out when this guy's just sitting on the bench? Anyone give me a good reason why?
Ollie Skip's better defensively than Sarr. Sarr is a good defender and competent on the ball. Ollie Skip is not competent on the ball, but Ollie Skip is far more competent getting back and protecting, making sort of last-ditch tackles when he gets caught in the transition. I think that the only thing you could put it down to is Skip has the edge over him defensively.
Have we seen Sarr enough to make that assessment? I don't think we have.
No,
to be fair, not. He's had he's had 190 minutes that I've seen, and against AC Milan when he was very good. I think Skip gets in because he's an academy player. That's the only difference. I think if he weren't an academy player, he wouldn't be getting in. And I think he'll be hanging around the squad like a bad smell, like Harry Winks was, because he's English and he ticks the homegrown quota box. So we'll get rid of Winks and then we'll keep Skip instead. And that's how it's going to be.
I mean, the only thing is now we don't have to worry about the homegrown quota anymore because we're not in Europe.
No, but it still applies to the Premier League, doesn't it? We still need to have it to the league.
Not anymore, it doesn't.
Slightly different.
It's slightly different now. Yeah, it's not. The only ones we would be fine.
I know Dyer and Davis count in the league, but not in Europe.
Yeah. Can I ask just a side question to this as well? While we're talking about our midfield, is Ollie Skip better than Harry Winks?
Yeah,
right now,
much evident.
I've not seen anything for me that makes me think he's ever done anything in a Spurs shirt.
Harry can't defend.
I think he's better defensively. That's probably it. He's a bit
much better defense. Miles better defensively.
He's a bit more combative than Winks. That's what I'll say.
So it's the combative nature as opposed to Winks, who's probably a better passer of the ball. Would we say that?
Definitely, yeah.
So
between they're both Harry sideways, though, aren't they?
Yeah, sure.
As I said, they're academy players. That's all we ever produce.
Can I just make a point on Papamata Sarr? I truly believe the reason why he's not in the team is his age. We're ageists at Tottenham. We don't like to give youngsters a go. We really don't. Well, look throughout this season. If any season over the last 13 years, you're going to give a youngster a go, it would have been this season. And it just has not happened. And I do feel that his age is what's gone against him. When I look at that game at the San Siro, for me, Papamata Sarr was I think Ollie Skip and Papamata Sarr were two of the best Spurs players on the pitch. But for me, Papamata Sarr edged it because he was better on the ball. Look, I hear what Sean's saying maybe about the defensive situation. Like when you look at it, Papamata Sarr came off. He sort of gave away that penalty against Southampton, whether people, think it's a penalty or not. His foot is about 16 feet up in the air. And then also against Newcastle, he got his start, but he was hauled off very, very quickly. Now, look, on that day, everyone was way off it. But, when he did start that game, we got opened up very, very quickly, very, very easily. And maybe that has something to do with it. But for me, I do think Papamata Sarr is the better player. And I do think it's because of his age.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's made a scapegoat for that Newcastle game, to be honest.
I agree.
Unfairly.
None of them were his fault, none of them goals. That was the back line.
So are we saying then if you guys had to let one of those go on loan? Okay, let's play a game. Winks, Sarr, and Skip. Yeah, you have to keep one, sell one, loan one for next season. What order are we doing? Dave, I'll come to you first. So that's Skip, Sarr, and Winks. Keep, loan, sell.
Winks, I think he's got to go. He's had his time. He's had more than enough time as he hasn't took it. I would loan Ollie Skip, and I would keep Papamata Sarr.
Okay, Pete?
Get rid of Skip. Get rid of Winks. I'd actually would loan Sarr and keep Skip for a season because I don't think Skip's going to get any better. I think Sarr will benefit more from a loan than staying at the club. So I think for the long term, I think loan Sarr out, let him get football, and then we'll see more about him. Because I think if he stays and we loan out Skip, I think we won't learn anything more about Skip, and Sarr will get minimal minutes like he does now. So I'd rather loan Sarr out. We've loaned Skip out. We've seen what he can do when he's come back and what he's done on loan. Do it with Sarr. I think that's far more beneficial than staying at the moment, especially with what the sort of transition and up in the air nature of the club's going to be next year. I think he'd be better off being out of it.
Perchy?
I'm gonna follow Pete and say the same. I think loan Sarr, sell Winks, keep Skip. It's not hard. I think Pete makes a great point. I think we have a long-term future with Sarr, but the problem is the way I think about it, the only way you keep a hold of him next season is if we play him every game. I don't see us playing him every game. If he's one of the key men in midfield next to if let's just for hypothetical say the midfield three next season is Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr, then I'd say I'd keep him, but I don't see that being the case. I think we'll go in and get someone else. So I don't see him benefiting at all by sitting around not getting minutes. If he gets a Premier League move, I could see someone like a Sarr go into a Luton or someone like that in the Premier League, or even like a Forest or Bournemouth. Yeah. And they'll actually look all right there. I think it'll be all right there. I think you keep Skip short term. I don't see him being long-term future, but short-term maybe.
Mm-hmm. Clement, I listen. I agree. In an ideal world, I'd love to sell them all. I just don't. I don't see any scenario in which Spurs buy 4 or 5 centre mids in one transfer window. I agree with you. I would get rid of nearly all of this squad. Everyone knows my feelings on it, but I feel like we have to put an element of sensibility onto this. Sean, in a bit of perspective, that's the word I was looking for. Sean. Are you going to throw Winksy a lifeline here, or is he?
No. I don't even want to sell him. I'd rather tear up his contract just to let him know how little I think of him. Selling him would deem him to have some value.
Shots fired from Spurs.
I wish him well, but no, sell him. Ideally, I think we should loan both of the other two. But if we have to play the rules of the game, then I'd keep Skip and loan out Sarr.
And guys, does having no European football, does that allow us to be a bit more flexible with that? Whereas you don't need 6 midfielders, for example. If you're playing in Europe, you need all of these different players. If you're playing once a week and all right, you're playing the odd cup, FA Cup and League Cup game, but you don't need 5 or 6 first team centre mids, do you? Does that in some ways help that situation?
No,
absolutely.
I think it's the opposite though. If you're talking about Sarr though, because the way I look at it is, as I said, let's just be for hypotheticals. Next season, we're already saying Basuma, Bentancur, and one other. And my theory is he'll be a squad player. Sarr will be next season if he stays. But how is that benefiting him? For a player like that, if we see him future-wise, isn't it more beneficial for a player that we see long-term to go and have a season on loan to a Premier League team?
Where though? It's got to be a Premier League club. I'm sick and tired of loaning.
It has to be a Premier League. There's no point.
What was the benefit of sending Pape Sarr to France, where he sat on the bench for, where was it? Was it Auxerre or somewhere? I forget where he went.
Metz.
Yeah, there's no point.
I think that was part of the deal of buying. Wasn't that the club we bought him from?
I
hear you, Sean.
Sorry.
There's no point for me, guys. There's no point for me if you've got a really talented youngster. I think if they're 18, I think if they're just breaking through the youth team, I'm all for them dropping into the championship and showing what they can do. I think when they've been in and around the first team now, like Sarr has for a couple of years, I don't see the benefit of him going to play top half championship football next season.
Agreed. Has to be the Premier League.
I think it needs
to be. Send him to Luton. Send him to Bournemouth.
Sheffield United, someone like that.
Sheffield United, yeah exactly. Yeah, be a dominant force in a team that's trying to stay up.
That was my theory on it. Like, if you're gonna, I would loan out Sarr next season. on the pretense it's going to a Premier League club. As you're bang on. There's no benefits at all sending him out to Spain or France or whatever. Really, it benefits.
Same with Brian Hill, right? What have we learned about Brian Hill sending him back to Spain twice, right? We know he's comfortable in the Spanish league. We don't know if he's comfortable in the Premier League. So
exactly, it makes no. You're absolutely bang on there, bang on.
But our whole loan system needs to be looked at from top to bottom. Even the youngsters are getting lost up with a lot of their loans. There seems to be no real development plan there for anybody that's going out on loan. The whole thing stinks, and it needs to be looked at. The amount of players that have been spoke about before and have just been washed up. The amount of players that we've signed, put out on loan to develop, and have been washed up in the amount of loans that we've sent off. Look, in an ideal world, if you're going to, I do think we can have a bit more of a smaller, tight-knit squad next year. I do think so, because you don't have the long, arduous trips across Europe, even though I did want them. You don't have them. So you can sort of, get that squad down to about 22, 23 players and really sort of drill down on them, sort of get people to create friendships and close bonds and get a bit of camaraderie and everyone pulling together. But, if now that is the case, like you've got Højbjerg, you've got Bentancur, you've got Bissouma, and if you're probably buying one, then if that is the case, you would probably maybe look at keeping Sarr or Skip until January and then sending them out on loan.
I still cash in on Højbjerg, by the way. I know we haven't got to that part of the conversation yet, but
we'll get to him.
Okay, we are going to get to him, are we? Okay, cool.
Mate, listen, we're doing a midfield. We're doing a whole midfield segment before I come to the questions. I mean, let's move that on. What I'm starting to see in the chat is people are starting to talk about the lone central midfielders that have got to come back. Right. No. So hang on. I'm going to say it. Give me a chance. Just because your Spanish team just got relegated, you calm down, all right? So at the moment in the first team squad we've got right now without the lone players, you've got Sarr, Skip, Højbjerg, Bissouma, right? Then if you want to chuck Alfie Devine and Matt Craig in there, I mean, clutching at straws. Then you've got coming back from loan Giovanni Lo Celso, Harry Winks, who we've spoken about, and Tungay and Ndombele. Can any of you see
Lo Celso
in any way that either of those two, Ndombele or Celso, has a future with a new manager at Spurs? If so, who and why?
I'll go.
Go on, Percy. You're desperate for this, and you go on.
I am because people think I have an agenda against it, but no, I think both have to go. I think we're lucky, by the way. We're really lucky that Unai Emery is in the Premier League and he's got Europe, because he'll probably go and sign Lo Celso. I mean, we are so lucky because, one, no other team outside of Europe is going to pay anywhere near the wages that we pay, but they might do at Aston Villa. They've got a bit of money behind him. And
it's a really good point.
If Unai Emery wants him, he'll try and get him.
Yep.
And Ndombele, on the other hand, is another disaster that I think we are going to have to just go as a football club and say we have to rip his contract up, because I don't see, one, we're going to be able to get any money for him, and no one outside of the Premier League is going to go and no one outside the Premier League is, one, going to be able to afford the wages that he's on, and two, no one within the Premier League is going to want to sign him. For me, he's got to go. Like, if I see the news tomorrow that his contract has been ripped up, it will be a party.
Most expensive mistake. Goes down in the annals of history. That's 120 million quid shit show. That really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 60 million for the. So, Sean, just so I know that you're talking about the same thing I'm thinking you are. We're talking about a 60 million fee for the player, and then 200 grand a week works out to roughly 10 million pounds a year. 4 years.
6-year contract.
4 years.
6-year contract.
2 years.
4
years
he's had and 2 years left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible.
You don't get bigger shit shows than that. I can't think of another player.
If you had Lo Celso on top, that's a 200 million shit show.
Yeah, Red Hill, I support Espanol. Thank you. You don't have to rub it in.
But you might be able to get 15, 18 million quid for Lo Celso, right? So
yeah, I agree.
It doesn't. I mean, it's still an absolute disaster of a signing. But
we'll
like Ndombele, you've had about 3 or 4 decent games out of him, and we've been paying for him to play everywhere else, and he's just an absolute I mean, it goes down. I cannot think of another Premier League player that has offered so little value to the club that signed him that cost as much as he did in both salary and transfers. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
There must be a few, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I think the worrying thing for me in all of this is, first of all, I want us with a new manager, a new director of football to kind of create a new era, right? I think we all acknowledge that we need to build. I'd be really gutted. I say this as though someone's dying. I'd be really gutted deep down in my gut and in my heart if that consisted of players that we've already seen for 3 or 4 years and haven't really done anything. I'd be really gutted if that new era started with old players that haven't worked. And the second point to all this for me, and Pete, I'll come to you on this, is I've been a huge advocate that for me, the one thing that Spurs can't do that so many other teams can is run. I feel like we've got a lot of leggy footballers all over the pitch. And again, I don't think Ndombele and Lo Celso, again, I feel like they're a bit leggy. They're not runners. And I want to see some energy and enthusiasm. What do you make of that, Pete? Or would you give them a chance?
No. I'm sure we'll hear the calls for it, because Ndombele's won the league with Napoli and all that crap. I'm sure the same wet wipes
playing
react.
12 minutes here, 12 minutes there.
Yeah, but I'm sure people will be saying that. New manager, new chance, all that rubbish. No, I think, as Perchy said, Unai Emery wanting him, the Celso could be great for us. We might get 15, 20 million for him, get him off the books. And Ndombele, really, we should be ripping him up and saying, go on your bike. But you can just see Daniel Levy saying, before I rip him up, can you see if you might be able to get some out of him? He's not one for writing off money, that sort of money. So you can just see that coming, because that's a lot of money to write off. Him going, I tell you what, why don't you see if you can get one more? Let's give him one more to call and you have a go with him. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
There's an outside chance though, right, Pete, that what you could do is try and negotiate the contract and say, we owe you 20 million for the last 2 years, but if we pay you 10 and tear it up, then you'll be able to pick up the other 10 or at least 5 or something somewhere else, right? And see if you can negotiate. So
I agree. But if we've got the appetite on our side to do that, which historically has not been the case. The only time we've ripped up contracts is when it's like minimal cost. Aurier, I mean, it was nothing to it really anyway.
When we forget how many players we got out on loan, and then one of them.
Well, this is it. Yeah. Again, the cost was
grid.
minimal to that anyway. We didn't really lose anything on that because his contract was one long left on it. So we've not got a history of doing it. I mean, it would be great to see it, because then that would mean to me that, okay, this is different. Maybe we are starting. Maybe this is sort of new era, new attitude going to happen. But I went on with breath. Let's be honest, because we've been here before.
But we have got people saying things like this. Winks, Lo Celso and Ndombele will benefit under a possession-based manager. On the front foot, progressing possession. They're all better with the ball. They have all had pragmatic counter-attacking managers, I'm guessing it's going to say. But again, for me, Sean, I'll bring you in here. For me, again, my worry is possession-based is fine. But again, none of them can run. And I feel like when teams are coming the other way at us, I feel they'll just get overrun completely in midfield.
Yeah, I remember the last few games. I remember the last season with Harry Winks. He just got ran past like he was pointing, a bit like the way Dyer does it, but just getting running past. He was too scared to take out and then even sacrifice a yellow card for the team. It was costing us all the time. Ndombele doesn't have a second gear. Like his legs are too big and heavy, I guess, to be able to sort of churn them over. He can't gallop. He hasn't got that pace. So when the ball gets past him, he just stops running. Like he doesn't care. Like it's on a playground or in a school. And Lo Celso, my problem with Lo Celso is similar to my problem with, and I don't want this to come across like I'm like xenophobic against Argentinian players, but I just don't think he gave a shit about playing for Tottenham. He always cared more about Argentina. I feel the same a little bit about Christian Romero. And I also think that
don't say his name loudly. Don't say his name loudly. I get in trouble when you do that.
So do I, mate. I
triggers me.
The hatred. It triggers a lot of people. But I feel like the problem with Lo Celso as well is he hasn't got any power in his legs. It's like he can't kick the ball more than 20 yards in the air. It's like he's like an 8-year-old or something. So I don't want any of them. Harry Hotspur, sorry mate, disagree with you, bro. I don't think any of those possession-based football fine. be nice to see, but not with those three players, unfortunately.
I think I was just to say, just to sort of put on there, why are we talking about players that have failed us already? We talk about changing at this club, but now we're talking about players that have absolutely been terrible for us since they've joined. When are we ever going to, as a fan base, just go, do you know what? Let's start again. Do you know what? Listen, if we've got to take hits on financially on these players and Ndombele, Lo Celso, Winks, etc., why can't we just start again, guys? We're so bad because we spent so much money on these players. We're hoping they come good. Listen, I've seen enough of Lo Celso and Ndombele specifically that they are not good enough.
But
These lot have had loans. Sorry, Dave, they've had loans and they've been shit on their loans. It's not as if someone's come back and gone, we want to buy him now. We're desperate. Can we have him? No.
Yeah,
they've all been sent back every time.
Yeah, and for anyone that sort of says about Ndombele won the league with Napoli, he played about 3 games this season.
So he's just had a lot of substitute appearances, and I think he's had a couple of 90 minutes, which were in Europe, I believe. So I don't, look, it is what it is. I just wondered about those players. Look, for me, I think the biggest problem before we move on from our central midfield, and I feel it's a subject that doesn't get enough airtime, to be honest, because we're always talking about how bad our defence is and whether
we haven't spoken about Højbjerg yet.
Hang on. we will. I just feel with all of the midfielders, and this is where I'm going to get a really clever little link into Højbjerg, but you ruined it, Sean. Thanks for that.
Sorry. I thought you said you were moving on. Sorry.
No. Is all of our midfielders that I look, if I look at all of them, Sarr, not so much Sarr actually, Sarr, Skip, Basuma, Højbjerg, Winks, Lo Celso, and Ndombele. I don't see any goals from that midfield. I don't see any one of them that is naturally creative, that wants to get on the ball, go and join in with the attackers and ping it about. I don't see anyone that I think is an outstanding defensive midfielder that can sit and do not to that level, but what Rodri does, what Casemiro does, to a degree what Thomas Partey does. So I'm kind of baffled as to what are they all? Do you know what I mean?
No leadership either.
This is going to lead me to Højbjerg. Now, Højbjerg, I'll start with you, Sean, funnily enough, on this one. Højbjerg, for me, is another one that, again, you could say this about 23 of our 25-man squad, divides opinion massively. He's another one that it seems like over the last 2-3 years, he's kind of been given this cult following that are like, oh, my God, Højbjerg, he's the Viking. He beats his chest. He celebrates tackles. I watch him and go, why? Like, I don't hate him. I don't rate him. I just look at him and go, why? You should have stayed at Southampton. What is it you don't like about him, Sean? I'm pretty sure you don't.
Oh, I don't hate him. I don't hate him either. There's a lot of things I admire about him. I think he's got an amazing engine. Like he's built, like he doesn't get injured, which has been useful this year, considering how plastic everyone else has, been around the football team. But I just think he's a jack of all trades. Like you were saying, right? I feel the same. We have 0 specialists. We have 0 people that are particularly good going forward, that can break, that can score goals. No one's confident when they're shooting. No one's particularly great at defensive work. I'd say he's a consistent 6.5 out of 10. Occasionally pops up with something better. Occasionally he has absolute stinkers, but the quality isn't there. I admire him for his work rate. I admire him for his ability to put in 90 minutes twice a week. But if Tottenham want to get, last thing I'll say, mate, if Tottenham want to improve, I think we need more specialists. I think we need players that do specific things, and I don't think he does anything specific. I think he is a jack of all trades, and that's not really what Tottenham needs.
Yeah, I hear what people say on Højbjerg, but it brings us back full circle to Ndombele. Let's say so. People are forgetting why we brought him in here in the first place, to do their donkey work behind them when they wouldn't do it. That's why Jose Mourinho brought him in here. And when Højbjerg was tasked with just mopping up after them and doing defensive duties, we seen the best of Højbjerg. But since we started, moved on some players out on loan and haven't really brought in that creative type, we're asking Højbjerg to do something that he just can't do. You know, if you keep him, for me, the reason why I say keep him around is because there is going to be games where you're going to need him to sit between a Bentancur and a Bissouma, you know, to mop up behind them and stuff like that. And I think the second half of the season, Højbjerg has been atrocious, especially since Bentancur has gone out. But I think when he was with Bentancur, I think, you know, he was a lot better. You know, and Højbjerg has had his highest output in terms of goals and assists in a single season this season. You know, so he has. But for me, you know, people are forgetting why we brought him in here in the first place. Everyone's calling for the Celso, Wink, send on Bele to be given another chance. You know, but if you're going to give them guys, those who are asking for them guys to be given another chance, you're going to need someone behind them to mop up. You know, and this is the whole point on it.
But Dave, does that? I hear you. I don't disagree with you in some aspects, but does that mean that we just completely forego his complete lack of quality on the football? Because I don't feel we're in the day and age anymore where grafters, water carriers, whatever you want to call that position, like what John Pratt was back in the day, I don't feel anymore that they can just get away with being that hard-working, disruptive player. Watch Casemiro, watch Rodri, watch Fabinho, watch Partey. They all do that, but then when they've got the ball at their feet, there's quality. And that's my worry, Dave, is that he looks like he's running in quicksand all the time.
Yep.
And second of all, I don't know. If anyone, for me, I don't want him at this club, and I agree with Sean. I think that that's a saleable asset. That if someone's going to go, there's 30 million plus.
A lot of teams around Europe would want him. A lot of teams around Europe would want him. Yeah, 100%. Load of teams in Germany would want him. Load of teams in Spain might want him. In France, I think he's very sellable into Europe. I
hear what you're saying about that, but to what detriment to next season? Because if we get injuries, is Højbjerg better than Skip? Yes. Is Højbjerg better than Papa Sarr right now? Yes. So, you know, if you don't keep him around for another season, if you get injuries, you're relying on guys that we, you know, especially in Skip's case, that we already know is not good enough, where Højbjerg is competent at Premier League level. And for me, it's about, you know, if we're not going to have the money to do everything at once, well, then for me, you know, you hang on to it for another season, and it makes sense to spend that money in other areas.
I hear you. I mean, Pete, I'm whoever. I manage whoever, and I come to you and I go, hello, Pete, I'd love to buy Højbjerg. Here's £35 million on the table. Is there any part of you that goes, no, I'm keeping this guy? Or are you taking the money and running before I change my mind?
I'll take the money, but I do agree with Dave, and I've been a bit of a defender on Højbjerg for many weeks, as you know. I think he gets undue stick, really. He's been asked to do something that he wasn't brought in to do. I mean, you put anyone in our midfield with these two, being a two-man midfield every week, getting outnumbered every week, you put most midfielders like with his skill set in there, and they're going to struggle, as we've seen. Yeah, so I think if we get in more money than we pay for him, then take it. But I don't think he should be one of the first ones out the door. I think that's a bit harsh. I think,
but is it the point Sean made that he is one of the assets where people will buy?
Like, if they want to buy him and we get money for him, that's different. But what I'm saying is, like, he's not some of the shit that we need to like in the bracket of an Ndombele or the Celso. We need to get them out the door like a rocket. Yeah, he is just someone we have evolved past. Yeah, if we're going to move on. But when we brought him in to do a specific job. But behind, as Dave said, behind other players, and he was doing that, and he was like a breath of fresh air, a bit like Palacios was when he first came. He was like, "Well, look at this geezer," and then we evolved past him very quickly, yeah, because that's how football goes when you're actually progressing as a team. But we have regressed,
but we haven't progressed from Højbjerg, have we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and fortunately for him, I think at the club, I mean, he gives his all. He's been flogged to death. He plays every game all the time in Europe. In the league, in the cup, he played all the games. I think, do you know what I mean? I just think if you're going to next season, for me, you sort of player you want to bring on. Bear in mind, you still got the 5 sub rule and everything else. When you want to close out a game, when you're winning, and you just want to take players off, give them a break, let's close this game out. It'd be ideal. Bring him in, don't let nothing go through, and just kick the fuck out of everyone. Yeah,
I just think
win the ball back.
You can take that 35 million, right, and then go and buy some or put it towards.
I agree. You could get that for him, but what I'm saying is.
Yeah.
If you could get that for him, if someone comes in and offers that sort of money, off you go, son. Yeah, because you'll never get that again. But what I'm saying is, he's not in sort of like it's He's not in the shit corner that right. We definitely have to
No.
get rid of them. He's just like,
I
if we
agree.
can get rid of him and make some money, then yeah, great. But he's
Yeah, I
not
agree.
top of the pile. Yeah, there's
I
plenty
agree
others
100%.
before him.
If it's,
100%.
Sorry, go on, Dave.
I was just going to say quickly, if it's a case that we've got all the other issues we need to sort out in the squad sorted, and someone comes in him and you're literally using that money to replace him, then you look at it. That's a different situation altogether. But if you're going to use that money to sell him to shore up the back line, you're just cutting off your nose to spite your face, really. So for me, you know, if it's a case of you've got everything else sorted and you're replacing him, I can understand where people want to accept the bid. But if it's to sell him to create funds for a centre-back, I'm not having it. No way.
No. There should be money available for the centre back and the goalkeeper, regardless, right? I just think, well, you hope there is. I'm just saying, like, if someone, to the point I've been making, and Sava said it, he is sellable, could get good money. I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's going to take us any further. But there's a lot of young players in that 6 role. If you want a specialist, or if you need the money to go and buy the creative player instead, then that's the way you go and pay for that. Like you wash one hand with the other, so to speak.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that at all.
I think it just shows how bad this squad is. That a bloke who has played week in, week out, most of the people in the chat and the panel are like, yeah, I'd sell him. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't think many clubs would have that. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We got most of the team like that.
It's one of those.
You know,
comes in, you've got to accept it. Like, if you get 30 million quid for Højbjerg, you've got
you bite your hand
like,
off. You bite the hand off
wouldn't you?
because
For 30
you've
million
doubled
quid,
your
it's
money.
not a 30 million pound
You've doubled
player.
your money. You're never
Yeah.
getting that, and he's cracking on. So that's a sensible move. But if we like, oh yeah, we definitely have to get rid of him. I don't buy that.
Yeah.
I just think if there's an opportunity to get rid of him and make some and get for decent money, happy days. Do I want to see him given a contract? Nothing like that. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Agree. In the meantime, he's not. I don't think he's a detriment to the squad in terms of keeping around. I think he's got a good attitude. He adds a lot. He's just not got the quality that we want to see. But I think he's still worth keeping around. There's definitely others that need to be out the door long before him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, in an ideal world, what I'd like to see is Spurs. I mean, Højbjerg for Paulinho. That for me would be absolute. That's an upgrade. Watch Paulinho play that position for Fulham, then watch Højbjerg play football.
Oh, that made perfect sense.
Just a massive chasm, and they're a team that just got promoted. We're a team that were meant to be Champions League or were Champions League, right? That for me is worrying that they've got that quality and we had Højbjerg. That's a huge concern for me.
But Sava, you could look at relegated Southampton and go, let's get Lavia or someone like that.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's teams that have got players that have been relegated today. You could look in.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, I'm not saying I'm not exactly his exact answer, but like even like the likes of like a Yuri Tillemans is on a free. I'm not saying he's the answer, but it's slightly a different role. But you sort of get my point. There's players out there that are better than him, and we would be able to pay less than 30 million quid for these sort of players.
The reason why these clubs have these players and we don't, because we have the worst recruitment in the league. That is why these other things happen.
And as well, if we didn't spend so much money on duds in midfield, then you probably would have seen someone like a Højbjerg, upgraded on by now.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the worry. I mean, if you look over the years, what have we actually improved upon in what position? I don't really see a lot. But look, let's move on, guys. I want to look. I don't want to go down the manager, director of football route just yet. I'll save that till the end. But I asked everyone to put together some answers to questions. I don't know if Dave had time.
Yeah.
But I want to do a little bit of a round robin. I'm sure this will get people in the comments either seething or agreeing or calling me a complete arsehole or whatever they want to call me. It's fine. Before you call me that, please subscribe to Irish Hotspur. Please subscribe to Perchy TV. Please subscribe to Spurs Talk Show. And please subscribe to Football Heritage TV. We're chasing down 6K. Let's make that happen. And please like the show. It's 450 people versus 130 likes. It's free. You click a button. Guys, I'm going to start with. I'm gonna go round. Look. I asked everyone, we'll start with this because I think this is going to be the one where I don't think there's going to be any debate. So I'm going to get this one out of the way. Let me phrase it like this. Does anyone think Spurs' Spurs' best player this season has been anyone other than Harry Kane?
No, next.
If you put anyone else, I've got to ask questions. Harry Kane scored 30 league goals this season with that team, by the way. It's nearly like that's incredible. Like 6 goals of Erling Haaland.
Would you like to know this then, Perchy? So I put it as a poll.
Oh God!
And by the way, when somebody in the chat just said to me, "Oh my God, you've put Kane, Bentancur, and then anyone else. Why didn't you put another player name?" And quite simply, when I was writing the poll, I couldn't bring myself to put any other name in there because I think they've all been diabolical. Now, 345 people have voted, right? 345 people have voted. 89% said Kane.
Yep.
9% said Bentancur. And what's worrying more than any of that is 2% said somebody else.
Okay.
I would love to know who that anybody else would be.
I hope it was a misclick and you clicked it by accident. Is the only excuse. How can it not be Harry Kane, by the way? The fact do you know what's even worse? The fact you've had to put Bentancur just to put in a name, by the way. I mean, because for me, the level of play, if you took Harry Kane out, I'd argue, yeah, maybe Bentancur was the best player if you minus Harry Kane, but you have to take Harry Kane out of the whole conversation.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, guys, it's Kane, right? And by the way, I don't even think Kane's all-round game this year has been anywhere near where it's been the last few years, and he's still our best player by a country mile, isn't he? That's the worry. I'll come to you, Dave. That's the worrying thing for me is how can one player win it with such a landslide? Like that there's not 2 or 3 around the team that you can go, well, hang on, this guy, isn't that a worry?
It's a huge concern. Like you add up all the points where Harry Kane has scored the winners or the equalizers. It's 24 plus 3 today, so 25. It's 27 points. He's amassed us, single-handedly this season, which is absolutely unbelievable. Now, in this season alone, you take that away, that puts us just above the relegation zone. Now, look, it might not be that drastic if you lose them. Some people make arguments that other players step up. I totally hear that. But on this season alone, it doesn't make for good reading. I believe it's an absolute crime that this guy could potentially leave Tottenham Hotspur without lifting something. And it's not only this season. He's bagged 20-plus goals for 6, 7, 8 seasons straight now. And, this season he's gone on to break every record. I do think Porro coming in on the back end of the season, coming in January, has helped him. Him and Porro seem to have struck up a good relationship, a few assists there and stuff like that. But on the whole, Harry Kane has been, one of probably the standout player this year. And it's more concerning that usually, at the end of a season, you're thinking, oh, maybe a son, maybe this player, maybe that player, but no one else is near it this season. And it's just a sign of the times of where we're at, that no one else is pulling their weight. And, one thing I'll say to Harry Kane, and it's always been like this, regardless of the manager, he turns up, and that's credit to the guy. Do you know what?
I've got to correct you there, mate.
Yeah.
He did lift something. It was about 7 years ago. It was the whole fucking team, and he's been carrying it ever since.
Do you know what, Paul? This is a guy that's broken every record. And, to Harry Kane to become Tottenham's record goal scorer without actually winning something, it is actually a crime. And today, may I add, he was absolutely saucing. He was balling out. Not making people thinking over their heads, composed in the area. But you know what? Just the last thing I want to say.
Put himself in the shop window. That's all.
I know people say to me, Dave, you're a Harry Kane lover and this and that. And I get it. I am a big Harry Kane enthusiast.
Everyone should be, right?
Yeah,
who ain't?
I do feel he gets a little bit disrespected at times. But the one thing, the biggest compliment I can pay to Harry Kane over the course of his career at Tottenham is no one seen it coming. Nobody predicted it. And that shows the level that Harry Kane has got to.
Savo, just quickly, I think if you want to add a name to your Kane and Bentancur, this is how bad it's been. The only one I can think has had any decent effect on the squad is actually Fraser Forster. Since he's come in, he's been the only one that I think has got any credit this season.
Agreed.
And do you know what I think it is more than anything? I just don't think Forster did anything wrong. Whereas, listen, I'm not, by the way, Ben Forster for me, Fraser Forster. I know I've confused 2 goalkeepers and got both names wrong. Fraser Forster for me should go nowhere next season. That's your number 2. That's your number 2. I think he's shown he's more than competent. I've got no problems with that. But you're right. The fact that we're thinking about a goalkeeper that's come in and played 12, 15 games this season is crazy. Anyone else? Any final words on Kane? Is there any reason why it's got to be Kane, right?
Yeah,
I'd just like to say hello to the Tucson fans that are probably in the chat that voted otherwise.
Kane's basically just scored just short of half the goals in the league this season for us. Think about that. We
to get 30 goals in this team, that's Ballon d'Or levels, mate.
Has he, guys? Has Forster been poor for us since coming in? What's he done wrong?
I think this is the point. I think Lloris has been terrible this season. I will say.
Saw what happened when he come back. He was like, bring back Forster lively, get him straight back in.
Fraser Forster
had to make up an injury.
Come in and done all right.
I think the difference is, I don't think when people talk about
saying he should be number 1.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Think a bit out of their prime. Yeah.
No.
Well, when he came in, he had a better effect. He had a calming effect in the goalkeeper position. Everyone around him, then Hugo does because he can kick the ball for starters.
Yeah, I don't think he's done anything. I think like the first game he came in, I think was against Leicester or whatever, and he was slow getting down to a few. But over the last couple of months of the season, I don't really remember thinking, "Oh my God, Forster was at fault today." I don't really remember thinking that. But anyway, look, let's again. No, Scott, you're so dramatic. No one is over. It's so dramatic. No one is overrating him. We're just saying.
Listen to what we said. We're that bad. He has been the standout.
Yeah. He's not actually done anything wrong since coming to the team. No one's overrated him. We've clearly said he should be a number 2. If we were overrating him, we'd be saying, "Don't worry about a new keeper. Forster's your man next year." Just come on. It's so dramatic. Right. Best goal, Spurs goal of the season. Best Spurs goal of the season, guys. Perchy, I'll come to you first.
Best or favourite? You said favourite.
We want to be that. Do you want to be that guy? You really want to be that guy, Pete?
There's a best goal. There's a favourite goal. There's 2 different things.
All right, your favourite goal or your best goal? It doesn't really matter to me. It's just a word. It's fine.
I don't. There's nothing in that massive. I'm trying to think of any. Mora's goals were right today, but it wouldn't be my favourite. But yeah, I was going to say, that's what I'm going to go. I'm going Kane scoring a free kick. If
Kane's free
kick.
What you mean when it was laid off to him?
Yeah, it wasn't an official free kick, but you know what I mean. It was all right. I'll be honest. You might remind. I can't think of many like memorable goals. Like like in seasons, you think of memorable goals like Son against Burnley. Like for me, that was a memorable goal. Like it was incredible. Yeah, but I haven't thought there's been many. Yeah, that's a good shout. Actually, Son's goal against Leicester was good. But yeah, there's not been many for me. I'll go. Bentancur's winner again. It wasn't a massive. I'll go Kane's half free kick. We'll call it a half free kick.
Hang on. Can we all dispel this myth? Everyone's saying Kane's free kick. He didn't score a free kick. Come on, man. He did not score a free kick. He didn't score a free kick. Can we please?
It was assisted. I mean, Kulusevski's free kick, weren't it? But listen, fine. His goal from there, if you want to call it that.
Okay, so you're going with Kane v Brentford. Sean, a particular goal that stands out for you?
Ollie skips volley, I think.
Ooh, Chelsea.
Good shout.
Yeah, against Chelsea. That was a belter.
That was a good finish. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. Dave?
Yeah, look, for me, I think one of the ones where Sonny came off the bench against Leicester, the non-free kick against Brentford from Harry Kane, or the skip goal versus Chelsea. I think they'd be the 3 up there for me this season. Outside of that, I don't really remember anything spectacular.
Porro's goal was good as well, wasn't it? Against United, the outside of the boot flicker.
Yeah, I like Porro. Yeah, that one gave me a stiffy.
Pete, you following suit?
Yeah, I think the best goal was probably one of Son's screamers against Leicester. A couple there, and I think the favourite goal was probably when Kane broke the record. I think that was a great moment for him. Yeah, that was the only positive this season. I think that was that just cemented his place. Not that we ever was in any doubt anyway, but that was probably a landmark for him. And he's had a few of them this year.
Yeah. Not any of Richarlison's goals that he's managed to score this season.
I
I can think of all three of them. 2 headers against Marseille, and
an
and a
eyebrow
goal
against Liverpool. Eyebrow against Liverpool.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
Okay.
he's had more yellow cards for taking his shirt off, scoring offside goals than he has goals in the league.
By the way, can I just say, a lot of people in the chat are saying Lucas Moura's goal today. Can I just say something? And you're all going to hate me for this.
Moses, the fucking sea parted like he didn't actually come past anybody.
Sean, you've absolutely taken the words. And Pete, didn't I put that in a group earlier? I said literally the Red Sea parted for him.
Did you? I didn't say that.
It was some of the worst defending I think I've ever seen. It was like in the playground.
I think it was a nice moment for him to sign off with.
Yeah, it was like
I think it was a nice moment to sign off with. I think it was a good moment for him to sign off with. He's been a nice lad. I think
it was like they paid him to let him.
That's a moment.
Yeah,
he did not need to jig left and right though.
Yeah,
he's got to add a bit.
This was a good goal as well, actually, wasn't it? Hoiberg's versus Marseille.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
In the last minute or last few minutes to go through. Okay, all right. Let's move on. This is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun. Who has been? Now, there's 2 coming up. Now, I want to make a distinct difference because the grammar police up there in the top left-hand corner, he'll tell me off. The next one is going to be the worst Spurs player this season versus the next topic, which is going to be the biggest disappointment this season at Spurs. Very different subjects if you think about them, right? Disappointment, someone you were expecting a lot from that didn't deliver. Worst player, just absolutely worst player. Pete, I will start with you. Who has been the worst player in a Spurs shirt this season and why?
Eric Dyer. For me.
Tell us in the chat. People, tell us in the chat who's been the worst. If
Sessegnon was still
Spurs
playing,
player?
he'd have probably won it. The fact that I'm not saying Emerson Royal tells you how bad that I think Dyer's been to see it. Just that everything, the fucking hands behind the back, the coming out with moon boots, and then the ones against Leicester. I think he's gave a couple of penalties. He's just useless, isn't he? Honestly, he is about as useful as a handbrake on a canoe. And the fact that he's part of this leadership group and all this crap, and you just think it just sums up all what's wrong with our club, and no other club will go near him. And
Pete, don't forget
he thinks he's better than he is. What's that?
Don't forget the assist to Mo Salah as well. Don't forget that.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? You could be all night talking about him. He is pony, and the fact that he's been a mainstay in our back line just beggars belief. But for me, he is what he is. I mean, he's been the worst player. He's not been the biggest disappointment because I didn't expect much from him anyway. But he's gone to new levels of shit. I mean, if they could reform Oasis and leave out Liam Gallagher and put him in.
What went wrong? Because everyone convinced my man David down the bottom there. Everyone convinced him all summer that we don't need centre halves. Look at Dyer. Look how he's turned around. What went wrong?
He turned around when they shot. They turned around when they shot every fucking time.
Dave went out. He bought an Eric Dyer away shirt. He bought an Eric Dyer home shirt. He bought an Eric Dyer third kit. He was going to change the name of his channel to the Irish Dyer, and none of it came true. Perchy, are you someone else other than Dyer, or are you going with Dyer?
I think that it's only fair it goes to Eric Dyer because of how bad we've been defensively, and he's been the mainstay in our defence this season. He's been terrible. Mm-hmm. You could give an honorary mention to Lucas Moura. I think he hasn't played a lot, but
that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
Nah, it's not. I think he's crap.
That's a bit harsh, Perchy.
No, it's not. He's crap, mate. Listen, his goal today, and do you know? I was just before you mentioned his goal today. By the way, it was like you know, sometimes at half time, a kid gets caught from because he's done something special. Oh, come on, you can score a goal at Ellen Road. It came like that. He got subbed on. It was like, oh, go on, let's let Lucas Moura score a goal. But
Hang on. Can I just say, hang on, I've got, listen, I don't rate Moura, but I feel like there needs to be a little bit of defending going on, right?
No.
He hang on. He's played 15 times this season, right? Yep. He's not once completed 90 minutes, and 12 of those occasions were as a substitute. Can we really say that's the worst player in our team?
I didn't. I said Eric Dyer is the worst. I said he's an honorary mention.
That's harsh.
Because otherwise, no, I don't think. I mean, he's been injured.
There's people ahead of Lucas Moura in the
honorary mention. He's been crap this season as well. I mean, listen, when we talk about worst players, there's so many, by the way, that we've been crap this season. But no, sure. Every time Lucas Moura seems to come on, he seems to gift. I mean, this was the first time he actually scored for us instead of assisting against us. I mean, he basically went to Merseyside and decided to give both teams basically a result. Basically, in both times he came on, he had some of the worst cameo appearances, Lucas Moura, this season. But no. But I mean, in all jest, Eric Dyer has been absolutely horrendous this season.
Yeah.
He goes by a mile being the problem.
By the way, everybody, I am trying to get as many comments up as possible, but there's a lot of people in here, and the comments are coming in thick and fast. Just quickly, before we carry on, please like the show. Please subscribe to everyone. Subscribe to Spurs Talk Show, Irish Hotspur, Perch TV. Please subscribe to Football Heritage TV. All of these guys take their time to put content together for you guys and girls, and I'm sure they're going to be working hard this summer. With every single transfer rumor going, managers coming in, directors of football coming in. I say plural because Spurs, I wouldn't put it past them bringing a manager in and sacking him before the season starts. So, it's just what we could do. So please subscribe to everyone and show some love. Just to let you know, not this Friday, coming the Friday after, I will be doing a 24-hour live charity stream. Again, it's been a few months. This one is going to be back for the British Heart Foundation. You know how much that means to me. So look out for that. And anyone's welcome to come on at any point and just chat some rubbish about stuff. Who didn't answer? Sean, have you been?
Yeah, because Dyer's been mentioned. I think it's a very close one. Dyer's been atrocious, but I think that Hugo Lloris has been equally appalling. And my expectations of Hugo Lloris are slightly higher than Eric Dyer's. So I think that Hugo Lloris on balance probably nips it for me. Awful.
Okay.
Awful.
Has everyone
season. Terrible.
Has everyone been?
No,
Dave hasn't been.
Yeah.
Go on, Dave. Talking about awful people who don't deserve awards. Phil P is in the house. Here he is. He's turned up right on time. I'll come to you in a minute. Phil.
Lateness is greatness.
Yeah, look, I think, despite many people trying to convince me over the summer, Dyer has turned a new leaf. He hadn't. Lloris, I agree with Sean, has been absolutely shocking. I think Sanchez deserves a good nomination as well. He has been absolutely atrocious. Balls played in behind, ball at his feet. He has been absolutely shocking. And for me, I'm actually not going to sit here and distinguish between Lloris, Dyer and Sanchez. They're all shit and they've all been as bad as each other. Don't
leave anything on the pitch there, Dave. You just let it all out. This is therapy. This is therapy for Spurs fans. Phil P, the worst Spurs player this season. Who's had the worst season?
I thought you were going to introduce me as the worst guest on this panel. Well, that was where we were going.
I was thinking about it. Before you got here, we did all vote that if anyone had to leave the show this summer and transfer out, it would be you. So just saying.
Well, to be fair, look, I've been on loan to Man City, hence the blue Holston kit over my shoulder. So, I'm just trying to find out. It's amazing. It is amazing. I've got a great heritage story about that kit in a bit anyway, if we run out of things to talk about, which I'm sure we won't. Sorry, mate, what was the question? Biggest disappointment?
Worst player.
You know what? I'm going to say the biggest disappointment.
Worst player. That's the next
worst player. We haven't done disappointment yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Worst player. Listen, this isn't a discussion. We can move this on. Hugo, captain, World Cup winner, and he thinks he's playing beach volleyball for Arsenal. in both North London derbies.
Wait, sorry, Phil,
Move
did you just
on.
say Veach volleyball? I swear you got your V's and your B's
volleyball,
made
yeah.
up mixed up. That you
Veach,
Veach volleyball.
Veach volleyball.
Beach volleyball, the old VB.
Yeah.
Where's the
It's
Veach?
basically a game. It's a game they
Superb.
play with videotapes in Bollywood.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, ladies and gents, if you've been watching so far, it's been a great show. It's about to go right downhill now that Phil's here. He's just going to lower the tone. Just quickly, actually, that super chat ties into the next question. Yeah, look, okay, I'll chime in here and say that I wrote down 3 names. I'm only going to tell you 2 of them. No, actually, I scribbled it out. I've gone with 3. I've gone with 3. I've gone with Dyer, Lloris, and Richarlison. I've gone with all 3. I think overall, I think Dyer and Dyer and Lloris are on a par for me. I think Lloris has been absolutely woeful this season, and Eric Dyer. If there was an award for pointing and shouting, that man wins it. But there isn't, and he is absolutely atrocious at centre half. So I'll go with those 2.
The wrong way.
Sally, can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
Do you think, right? I don't want to crack open the Romero can too early.
Oh, good God.
But
Here we go.
I'm getting to the point where I think Romero might be launching into all these suicidal kamikaze tackles just to show, like, to make up, say, look, is it going to average out? Because Dyer is like he may be being charged for Purcell by the laundry team because he doesn't want to get any of his kit dirty by actually putting a challenge in. And I think Romero's losing it. I think he's like, just put a tackle in. Eric, just put a tackle in. I'll do it.
Listen, I'm sure Romero's name will come up in the next 25 minutes or so.
Oh, God.
But this subject, and I'll just keep going in the round robin, it's a lot easier. Pete, I'm going to come to you. Biggest disappointment for Spurs this season. Now, I want you to give me the biggest disappointment from a player point of view, and then the biggest disappointment from an action, i.e., going out of a competition or a particular collapse in a game or whatever it may be. But when we say biggest disappointment, can we just so people in the chat are aware? I'm not talking about Eric Dyer because I don't think anyone expected anything from Eric Dyer. So I'm not disappointed in him. I'm seeing what I thought I would see. So hopefully that makes sense. Play the game in the chat. I'll bring up some funny ones. Pete, biggest disappointment this season?
I've got a joint award for mine. One is Kulu. I think he's been absolutely pony this season. And the other one's Romero, who I think has been equally been pony this season. Both of them, you'd have thought at the start of this season, yeah, really good players for having the team. Going to be really big players for us this year. And neither have been. And they're fully deserving that award. I think they've been atrocious.
So who was that, Kulu and?
Romero.
Kulu and Romero, okay.
If Kulu, if we have to offer to buy him now, I wouldn't do it. I'd rather save me money and think I could probably get better elsewhere. 3 months of good football, 1 year of shit football. It's the law of averages say, well, you go with what you've seen the most. What the fuck that?
Okay, and the biggest disappointment from a team perspective, a biggest disappointment, a game or a competition or something.
Probably the FA Cup, Sheffield United. I think that was disgraceful.
Yeah,
the way we didn't turn up.
Yeah. Okay, Perchie, biggest disappointment player wise.
I've got a few lists here. I've got a nice
few lists.
I have a list of this here. So I've gone for individuals, not just players. I've gone Christian Romero. I think he's been bang average this season and on the levels of crap. I've gone for Ivan Perisic because I thought when he came in, I thought, oh, we've got a good player here. I think he's been terrible. I've gone Dejan Kulusevski, been crap most of the season. And I've also gone for Antonio Conte because I thought actually Conte has been a real disappointment this season. I thought we're gonna plow on with Conte and we're gonna go further on, and he has to take some accountability. Not all of it, but he's got to take some accountability. Mm-hmm. And I've also gone for biggest disappointment for event was losing to Sheffield United in the FA Cup.
Okay, I'm seeing some patterns forming. Sean, are you gonna keep the pattern going, or are you breaking mould?
Nah, I'm not going to be contrarian. I'm going to say Sheffield United and Romero.
Okay.
Biggest
votes
disappointment
for Christian Romero. Dave?
Yeah, do you know what? I think many people were surprised. I follow suit with Romero. I think, look, from where he was at last year to this year, I think it's been a bit of a massive drop off. But I still believe in the player, and I still think he'll come good next year. But I was expecting a lot more from him this year, than maybe what he's given us. Plus, with the amount of times he's been injured, has pissed me off as well. Sean raises a fair point on him about questioning his loyalty to Tottenham, which I could sort of understand. But for me, he's been the biggest disappointment. I mean, look, the biggest disappointment overall for me this season has just been, the realization of how bad things have got. I've always been one of these. I've tried to see the positive in the club. I've tried to see a direction and a way forward. But, it's just been slammed home how bad things are at this moment in time. And I think that's the biggest disappointment. You've gone from a team that got off to the best Premier League start ever to a team that's just faded out and not even in Europe anymore. I think it's a huge disappointment.
Yeah. Okay. Phil P, biggest disappointment from a player and an event?
I mean, actually, I would say Conte as well. But based on where we were last June and the fact we had got top four, I think, something I believe has gone on behind the scenes. There's been something, but I'd throw in the mix Paratici as well. Let's forget the possible criminality that has come to light as well. But we're all talking now about trying to get a manager and a director of football that are aligned. These two have worked successfully together before, yet the director of football isn't buying players to fit the manager's ethos. So that's massively wrong as well. But from a playing point of view, I think, as well as some of the names the lads have thrown in, which I would wholeheartedly agree with, I think we've got to throw Sonny in there as well. To go from top scorer...
Careful, mate.
Yeah, but hold on.
You're going to get absolutely slammed in the comments now.
He won't. I will in my comments on my YouTube. He won't.
Listen, I will always... And no one will shout at Dyer and cuss Dyer out more in the stadium than me and shout out Block 258. The boys in anywhere near row 60 know exactly my feelings on Dyer, live and direct from White Hart Lane every home game. Particularly when his head turns into a 50p and he starts, basically getting assists for Mo Salah. And I think there was one goal in Europe where he basically just passed it straight to the striker as well. And that's just, to pick out my favourites of his. Yeah. But you literally don't have any idea where it's going. He's like the defensive heading equivalent of one of our great sons from yesteryear, Chris Waddle. But except no one knew what he was going to do and they couldn't stop him. And Dyer, you don't know where he's going to head the ball. And it's more likely to go to their striker's foot than it is to go to one of our midfielders. But look, if you're a bad player, like you were saying a few minutes ago, Sava, how can you be disappointed in a player that you don't expect much from? He just shouldn't. He's not good enough to be here or where we hope to be. Sonny, we know, is better than what he's shown us this season. We know that. I love Sonny, but if I was involved in coaching him or in his circle, I would be saying, you've got every bit of ability in the world. You've got pace, you've got desire, you've got a great attitude. Show it every game. Score every game. But he is a purple patch merchant, unfortunately. And it's just his purple patches and barren spells. Unfortunately, it's tipped over into the wrong
I've been very vocal about Son this year, but I think it's a lot more to do with how he was used by Conte in the system and Perisic's introduction. I think that is what is done. And something went on in the summer where he's been miserable, because he's been a miserable git all year, let's be honest. He's had a face like
Pete, I think that goes back to this point. I think something's gone on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I said that in the summer. I said something's not right with him, and he's never been the same since. And that's why I think I left him out of the equation. Yeah. I think that's why I left him out of the equation.
I wouldn't throw... I know what you said, Pete, especially about Kulu, but I just think with players like Kulu, like Sonny, and even Romero, we know they're capable of better than this. But it's just, let's face it,
I disagree.
The lack of leadership.
Not on Son. I disagree. For me, I'll tell you. Let me give my answers, and then I want to answer that, Phil. So I've put down biggest disappointment. I've put Romero and Kulu, and you can take that as hating them. You can take that as a compliment that I expected more from them. But I keep hearing this fans saying, "Oh my God!" But we know how good Romero and Kulu are. But do we? Do we really? Because, like Pete said, and we always talk about this, Pete, the sample size of them being good versus the sample size of them being crap.
Yeah.
One completely outweighs the other. So, for example, do I think Kulu's got loads of talent? Yeah. He's a talented footballer. He's nice on the eye. Do I think he's got that next level? I don't think so. I think there's a lot missing to his game. I think there's a reason why Juventus let him go on loan for 18 months. I think if you're that good, you don't let a player go on loan for 18 months.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
yeah, but I think they were
good...
throwing a few accounting packages on the old bonfire there, Savage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, listen. I get it. I get it. And again, with Romero,
a few Excel spreadsheets were being chucked on the bonfire over there, brother.
and again with Romero, and obviously, look, we had that massive debate yesterday in the WhatsApp group, one of the WhatsApp groups about Romero. But I keep hearing things like elite and world class attached to Christian Romero's name.
Yeah, but that's just to wind you up, Trigger.
Phil, hang on. But no, not even when it's me involved. I'm seeing this all over social media with people constantly going, "Oh yeah, but we know how great Romero is." Do we? I've seen more bad games from him in a Spurs shirt than I have good games. Yeah, this whole he's won a World Cup. So did Kleberson, who was voted one of Man U's worst ever signings. So did Mustafi. So did, and you brought this one up, Phil P. So did Stefan Givash. Yeah. So listen, I think that Romero's a decent. I'm saying it. I think he's a decent defender on his day. But for me, there's far too much missing from his game, and that's why he's disappointing me this year. I wanted to see, as you get another year older and you've had your first year in the Prem, how do you kick on? And he's got worse. And what's worse about it, you can tell I'm passionate about this because I'm ranting about it. What's worse is other players are poor and we just have a go at them for being poor. Every time this man does something wrong, someone else gets blamed, even if they're not on the pitch. Like, this man plays poor no matter who he's playing next to. He goes and does these rash things and people go, yeah, but there's a player in there.
Wouldn't happen if he wasn't playing with such dross next to him. Well, a lot of the mistakes are down to decision making that he's making that are unnecessary.
Exactly. And to top it all off, I think he's got a terrible attitude. If I'm really honest, I don't think there's a lot of brain going on up there, guys, if I'm really honest. Like Milan at home. You're on a yellow card, yeah? Spurs need a goal, and you go rushing out, clatter the bloke, and people go, I love that passion. Really?
Yeah, great, yeah.
Really?
Well,
we like that.
Killed our season.
That was, yes.
But the only thing I would say...
Sorry, I'll calm down.
No. Go, Phil, you go, I'll go after
The only thing I would say, right, firstly about Romero, I just think with him and these other players, I'm not saying it like I think some fans do, and they're perfectly, their opinions as valid as mine, just might not be as correct as mine, is that I'm not giving them a pass because they've shown good potential. I'm throwing the ball back in their court and saying, I think you've got something, but at the moment, there's a lot stinking about your game, brother. So you have got to show you're worth my time and worth me backing you. At the moment, I think you've got something, but go and prove it. But that's true of all these players. That's true of Kulu. Sonny's done it year in, year out, but you can't rest on your laurels. He's got to turn up now. But the thing I think
he was nowhere near as disappointing as the others, though. For me, he was nowhere near.
No,
of course. But the thing I think about Romero and what we've all got to focus in on this, right? Of course, if you get a good partnership, and one of our own, Mr. Box Office, always talks about the importance of partnerships, and he's absolutely spot on this. Because look, Toby came in. and Jan went to another level. So when you've got a partner that trusts you and you trust them and can encourage you, you can take it to another level.
I keep hearing this all the time.
Yeah,
did anyone here remember seeing Jan Vertonghen make these stupid tackles and mistakes week in, week out?
I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with the point. He could definitely do with playing with better players, absolutely. But if you're a defender, for me, the key to being a defender is dependability, right? I know this is high people to live up to, but how many games, right? Those of us that are old enough to remember him, how many bad games did Mabbott have in his whole career? I don't remember any, right?
Exactly.
Dennis Irwin, right? I saw him on TV the other day scoring a great free kick against Liverpool, right? Retro. And I said to my kids, and I was explaining to him who he was, I don't think Irwin ever had a bad game. Not that I saw, for Ireland, for Man U. This is
Alex Ferguson said he's the one player he picks every week. He's the one pick he'd pick every week.
Because they defended properly. But they just did their jobs as a defender.
He's got to realise, for him to be classed as world class, for him to live up to when he's, in 20 years when he's sitting with his feet up, and having a beer and looking at his World Cup winners medal, he doesn't want that to be that is going to be the pinnacle of his career. But does he want that to be the only highlight? If he wants to actually fulfill his potential, he's got to sit down with himself and think, I can't be doing all this rash shit. Yeah, it's great if you want to get in there with a muck and bullets and launch a few people when it's called for, absolutely. But you've got to use your brain.
Can I ask then, guys? I think you were all in the WhatsApp group that I sent the video of Rio Ferdinand discussing Christian Romero. And I think the worrying thing for me was there were more negatives from Rio than there were positives. Like, he was literally saying how at this age, he said his coaches throughout the years would have told him this. He's been a professional footballer for a number of years now. His coaches would have told him about switching on, not making these rash decisions, positional, heading. And if he's not got it by now, why are so many fans constantly trying to tell me that this guy is class? I've not seen it. I don't ever watch him and go, you are a class centre-back. He has good games. Yeah. Michael Dawson had good games. He wasn't a class centre-back. Do you know what I mean? Like Chorluka, he had great games. Not a great centre-back.
You're taking the piss. Chorluka never had a go. I think his brother must have been a footballer. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, look, but this is the thing for me. I think I just get really frustrated that this guy, for some reason, can't seem to be criticised like the others. And for me...
Is it because you got a life-size tattoo of his face on your back when he first signed?
No,
just really pissed off that you can't get your top off on holiday.
No, do you know what it is, Phil? It's because I'm not one of these that sees a player for 3 months and goes, oh my God, they're the next best thing. We had Spurs fans literally putting their chest out all last year going, this is the best centre-half in the league, blah, blah, blah. He's much better than everyone. I can think of 25 centre-backs I would take in the Premier League over Christian Romero. I think the guy is bang average.
There's one well-known Twitter account that worships the geezer.
I will name them, Phil. If you want me to name them, I will name them.
We haven't got time for it, mate. Sorry.
Right, there you go. So don't, but then don't laugh at it. I don't think he gets into any of the teams above us. Any of them.
I absolutely agree.
Other than Aston Villa, maybe.
He gets into Newcastle's team ahead of.
Does he?
Play him alongside
Newcastle got the best defence in the league.
What's Shaw done wrong? Shaw's been excellent this season.
Yeah. So was Longstaff. So is Joe Linton. Right. Let's see how they do next season. They're not brilliant players. They're playing.
No one said they're brilliant. But how can we take a player that's been part of the best defence in the league and then straight away go Romero gets in there based on what? On what, Sean? This is what I don't get. On what?
Well, based on the biggest thing for Romero.
Newcastle. I reckon Newcastle. If Romero was up, if Romero was available. And Newcastle, and I guess they are going to improve their back line in the summer because I don't think they're going to stick with Dan Burn and Fabian Schär, etc. And Kieran Trippier is getting old. Sven Botman, they're going to build the defence around. I would suggest that Romero, even though I think he's had a terrible season like the rest of you, and I actually dislike him more than probably all of you because I think his attitude absolutely fucking stinks. I think he's unprofessional. And I think he I think he leans into injuries when they're little knocks to.
I agree.
When they happen to coincidentally coincide with international breaks that are coming up.
Watch him go and play next week for Argentina. Watch him go and play.
100%, right? But I still make the point. He's a better player. He's a better talent than Fabian Schär. Massively higher ceiling. And so I do think he could get into the Newcastle team next season.
Higher ceiling based on what? Like this word ceiling, like fans know everyone's ceiling.
Based on what I've seen of him. This season he's had horrible games, but he's also had moments where he's spectacular. Fabian Schär is a solid defender, but I think it's okay to have a different opinion. I think that
of course it is, but
Christian Romero has a higher ceiling than Fabian Schär.
But my argument here, and this is where
I don't get this at all.
This is where I say about Romero, and I totally disagree. Newcastle fans wouldn't have him. If I went to Newcastle fans and go, "Here, guys, you can have Romero for 30 million quid," they would all say no. They've got equal with Man City, have both conceded 33 goals this season. Why would they take a player that has been the high?
But they're going to improve. So you think they're going to keep the same back line as this season for next season?
No. But if they improve, they'll buy a top centre half that's not buying Romero.
Yeah, but the only thing, lads, you can't ask.
I think Fabian.
If we're slating our fans at backing him, we can't say Newcastle fans turn him down automatically makes him a bad defender.
No one said that. No one said that.
Wants him. If I think a lot of coaches in the Prem would look at him and say, "You're better than that. Come over here, and we'll give you a go." But look, I mean,
I don't think they do.
Need to do better. He obviously needs to do better.
I don't see it.
I agree. I don't know
tell you why they won't.
I don't know what.
I'll tell you why they won't.
I see a player with such a poor attitude when it comes to his injuries. Seem to all appear, by the way, when international break turns up. It's happened several times, by the way. That gets not spoken about enough. But I've also seen a defender that has given away the most. He's the centre half that's given away the most fouls in the league this season. Are we more than Eric Dyer, more than Longley? He's given away over 40 fouls away this season from a centre half.
Yeah, but partially
they've probably been in the final third. They've probably not been in our half.
I get what you're saying about giving the free kicks, but you can't compare him to Dyer because we spoke earlier on. Dyer doesn't leave the fucking ground. He doesn't make any challenges.
But listen, I'm not saying that because I think Eric Dyer is terrible. But I don't judge Eric Dyer because I sit there and I go, listen, the fact that managers play him, that for me, I can't judge it anymore because I think he's terrible. But my point is look at the fouls Romero makes. Everyone, this natural urge that everyone wants to go down. It's passion. No, it's not. It's terrible defending. And people dress up passion as good defending. No, him running into and clattering someone isn't good defending. He gets a yellow card in the first 20 minutes, and then he basically can't give away another foul. And then when he gets another foul where you go, oh, that's not a booking. He's now been sent off. Oh, his second one shouldn't. Well, if he didn't make clatter into someone in the first 20 minutes, then he wouldn't be sent off.
Do you know what?
And sorry, just one more point. I hear it all the time. Oh, he was amazing against Haaland. He took him out of the game. Believe what you want. I don't personally agree with that necessarily, but what did he do in that game?
I think you're overly harsh.
He got himself sent off, and then against a relegated Leicester City, by the way, he missed out, and he's our best defender, everyone says, and we got battered 4-1. So you have to take a lot of what he does into understanding, if that makes sense.
I just think it's
you're dressing him up though as being a really bad player. He's not a really bad player.
No, I think he's a player that can improve. I'm judging on what I see. I don't think he's been. I think he's been as bad as the other defenders we have in this team.
I just think he's an average defender that plays well every now and then. I don't think he's bad. By the way, people in the chat, it's so sensationalistic, right? I've not once said sell the man.
No, right? I don't want to sell him, by the way, either.
Well, I think where people in the chat are coming from, they haven't heard anything positive said about him either.
Okay, so I'll ask you this. But whenever I ask this, no one can give me an answer. 5 defensive things that Romero is good at.
He's good on.
He's a better footballer than a defender. He's a better footballer than a defender.
Right, here we go. But Pete, notice the way I asked that question. 5 defensive things he's good at.
Well, okay, but he's good at tackling.
Yeah. Get stuck in.
Is he?
Yeah, he is good at tackling. Yes, he is good at tackling. He's strong.
He's given away the most
strong.
fouls in the Premier League. How is that good at tackling?
Yeah, but I bet he's put in
that's
more.
That's the style of tackler that he is, though. Yeah.
I think the biggest from Romero is discipline. It's his discipline.
A guy that comes out and clatters people when he has no need to is good at tackling. All right, he's good at tackling. Yeah. Then defending has changed. Defending has changed,
mate. Defending has changed. For example, back in the day, you talk about Vidic, all that's like the roles and requirements of a centre back then are far different than they are today. You have to be very good on the ball. You're saying name 5 things that he's good at, but you won't allow us to include the things that one of the things that he's very good at, which is being on the ball, which is what a modern day defender
but I'm
needs
asking
to be.
but I'm asking, yes, a modern day defender needs that, but a modern day defender is the same as an olden day defender where you have to be able to defend.
He's rash. Yes, he's rash, but he can. Yeah. He crunches people. He goes in hard. Sometimes he gets his timing wrong. This season, he obviously last season we saw it. Last season, everyone saw it. He's got a red card in him, but he didn't get one last season because his timing last season was spectacular.
He did get
and also he was on a yellow card. He was one booking away from missing a lot of key games last season, and he didn't get booked for. Yeah, he held out. So look,
I think the biggest thing for him.
If he didn't play for Spurs, if he played for Arsenal, if he played for Arsenal, you would all be saying this guy is not that good. But because he plays for Spurs,
agreed.
We write off. Look at the way we're all doing it. Oh, one bad season. What? A season. A whole season.
Mate, I'm not writing it off.
Mental.
I'm saying it's been a disgrace. But
it's been, we all said he's the most disappointing player this year.
Who's played well?
Yeah.
Out of our whole
that's
team?
That's not the debate. Top players stand out. Top players stand out when other players aren't playing well.
Kane has got 30 goals. I've hardly seen him play one game up to his standard.
I didn't say it's play up to his standard. He still rises above everyone. This whole no one's played well. Well, Romero, if he's our best defender, Romero should be the one in that back line.
But the only thing is, I would say we are. And listen, if you can't see this, maybe go back and watch every game as a punishment again.
I'm sorry.
Listen, we are
this
not.
Isn't true.
We're not. We don't do any phase of the game well. We don't attack well. The midfield's non-existent.
That's got nothing to do with Romero. That's got nothing to do with Romero.
Yeah, but my point is, we are a failing unit. We don't do anything well as a team.
He's part of that problem. He's part of that problem.
But Phil, the point that's been made is, yes, we are. We're failing.
It's a free-for-all. Prime Messi could come to this team and be struggling.
No, that's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense.
If Messi played for Tottenham, this season, he would stand out. You'd go, yes, the team around him's crap, but he would stand out. I'm not trying to compare him at any sort of level, by the way. But my point is Harry Kane stands out in this team by a country mile because he's that good. And I think this is the point that's trying to be made here. Is I think me and Sav are both on it because it's when people go, Romero's elite. Sorry, that is an absolute disrespect to elite defenders, considering Romero being elite.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's elite either. I don't. In this conversation, I feel like I've represented both sides. I said he's the most disappointing player for me. I feel like he's not a world class. I don't think he's Rolls Royce. I think his attitude stinks. And I think he's got a lot to learn. But I do think you're also being a little bit overly harsh. I think the guy is better than the way that you guys are dressing him up to be. And I think he has bags of potential. I do think he does the things that modern day footballers need to do.
He's 25. We're talking about him like he's 18. Bags of potential.
Great, Sabat, if he's that bad, then why is he in the first name? Why is he always in the Argentina squad?
Again, you're being sensationalistic. I never said he was that bad. He's an average defender. He's an average defender.
Why is he playing in the Argentina team?
We could say that. Okay, all right, brilliant. So Kleberson wasn't average when he played for the Brazil team and won the World Cup.
Kleberson didn't start. Kleberson wasn't a starter for Kleberson, was he?
Kleberson played in the quarterfinal, semi-final, final. If you're going to come with the facts, right? Kleberson, Stefan Gavard, right? Per Mertesacker, Mustafi. Yeah. None of these players were top players. Sometimes a player fits
Romero's not on their level. Come on. This is ridiculous.
He's not.
Now. He's not a Kleberson, Sava. And compare the two, that's just sensationalism in itself. They're not the same.
Why?
Because I think Romero's biggest problem is that he's a fucking wanker.
He's a better player than that.
He don't give a shit about Tottenham. He do not give a shit about this.
He doesn't give a shit about Tottenham.
In the way he plays, if Argentina match comes up, he's got to have 4 weeks off. Yeah, we saw that before the World Cup.
That's true.
Yeah, and he down tools very quickly. We've seen it. The Newcastle game, he was an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. And then Papa Matisar got to blame. Pedro Porro got to blame. Yeah, he downs tools very quickly. Yeah, he's good on a ball. I'll give you that. But defensively, he's suspect. He's always been suspect in the air, and he's got to work on. But I think his discipline is his biggest problem in terms of his commitment to his trade, to his team, his country's commitments on reserve. But all that running up the pitch to clump Haaland and all that—that's all bollocks. Yeah, it just creates more problems than it. So Alex Ferguson was his manager. He'd be fine for that. I guarantee you. Yeah. Because he's come into our team, and because he's probably the best defender that we've got, which ain't saying a lot, his attitude stinks. So I'm the big fish in the pond here because everyone else throwing his shit. Yeah. So I think that is a problem in itself because I don't think many managers, especially in the Premier League, would want that in their dressing room. They're like, I'm having that fucking idiot. I'll only get him 3 months a year. Yeah, if it's the World Cup coming up, and he's a tosser. Yeah, and I think he needs to sort that out, and before he becomes any sort of. If someone offered me the same money, if someone offered me the money back, I probably would. Yeah.
Yeah, 50 million all day long.
I think you can get better for that and a better attitude. I'd rather have the better attitude. Yeah, and what
about 40 million?
He's a good footballer. He's a good footballer, but he don't defend first. I don't see the thing to defend first.
Is it too much to ask, right? It's what I don't understand. Is it too much to ask? This whole football defending's changed. The art of defending is still there. Yeah. Watch Virgil van Dijk, right? All right, since his injuries, but watch Virgil van Dijk when he was at Celtic, Southampton, Liverpool. Doesn't lunge in, doesn't dive in. At Southampton, no one's going to tell me he was playing with great players, or at Celtic. Didn't dive in, doesn't lunge in. For me, this is the worry. The worry is the basics of defending. Everyone in the chat can sit there and go, oh my God, you hate Romero. I don't hate Romero. I just don't understand the hype this man is getting when every game I'm like, please don't do it. Oh, you've done it. And then we blame everyone else.
I agree with you, Sabat. Like, it's a weird one because I feel like I'm arguing both sides of the thing here. Like, I agree with everything that you're saying, that Perch is saying, and that Pete's saying, but I also agree with what I see when Dave's shaking his head and what Phil's saying as well. I don't think he's as bad as you guys are suggesting he is, but I also don't think he's as good as a lot of people in the comments think he is as well. I don't know what he does well. I think he's all right.
Just quickly, Savin, name a defender for the price of Romero that's better. Oh, this is going to be a fun game. Nice and easy. Sven Botman for a start. Yeah. Kim Min-jae was 15 million. Akanji was 15 million. Lewis Dunk Lewis Dunk, no frills, not a sexy name, does his job, defends properly, doesn't dive in, holds his position, wins his duels in the air, that's all I'm asking for.
He's also had good partners beside him at Brighton.
Okay, so now we're talking about Webster, right? Okay, so Webster
and Duffy before that as well.
Yeah, they're okay, but come on.
But this is the thing, though. There's a lot to be said for defenders that just do their job and move on. Do you know what I mean? It's like someone was talking about Wilson Palacios on your show earlier, Sava. And literally, Redknapp used to just say to him, Wilson, win the ball, give it to Luka. And there was a story that he won it once in a left-back position. And Modric was over on the right wing. So he was trying to look up and he tried to hit some Hollywood pass all the way across the pitch because it was just drilled into his head. There is a lot to be said for if Romero's just like wants to clatter people and just win the ball, just keep it simple for the geezer. If his brain's that thick, just look, do this and then give it to someone else, or do this. And you know, the thing that winds me up, as much as his bad defending, he will refuse to pass it quickly. Like, right, I don't know whether there was some sort of like beef between him and all the right backs or right wing backs, but he hardly ever passed it there. And he hardly ever, bearing in mind he's a good passer of the ball, he hardly ever hits the diag to the lads on the left wing either. Listen, I just think, like you said, Shawnee, I think we're going in on him a bit just because the point that you're trying to make is that he's had a shocker. And you're right to be disappointed. But we're disappointed. I'm disappointed in him because he isn't doing the basics of defenders.
Sean needs to jump. Sean needs to jump. Sean needs to jump. Sean, thanks,
guys.
dude. Appreciate that.
See you soon.
Look,
Take care.
guys,
Bye-bye.
should we move on from Christian Romero? I can't be bothered. Everyone overrates every player we've got.
You love him.
No, I really don't. I've seen so many better defenders at Tottenham.
When are you getting the tattoo removed?
Seen so many better defenders.
I heard you got a jersey with Romero on.
Just to sort of touch it, and Brentford finished below us in the league this season by a point, and they conceded. I think it's 17 goals less than us, with defenders like Ethan Pinnock, what they got from Barnsley, Zanka, which they got from Nordsjælland in Denmark, Ben Mee, who they got on a free, who was managing Burnley, by the way. He was player manager on a free. Pontus Jansson, who they got on, I think, on a free from Leeds. Christoph Ayer, who they got from Celtic. And that's their back, and that's their back line. No one in the chat, by the way, would have any one of those players in, but they've collectively defended better than with the team that we've got.
Yeah, but you've got a different argument there, though, Perch. You've got a team that's pulling in the right way. You've got everyone working.
I don't see Ben Mee charging and showing passion and clattering anyone. I see him defending properly.
Yeah,
I
thought
we was moving on. I thought we was moving on.
Yeah,
I was
going to be all night.
I did want to move on. Last thing I'll say, and then I'm going to move on. Isn't it funny how the praise he's getting for last season was playing alongside Davis and Dyer is the very excuse he's getting this season for not being very good?
I think he's got away with it.
Hang on, no. I'm moving on, Phil. I'm moving on. Sorry, I'm moving on. It can't be the cure and the cause. Anyway, next question. Worst Premier League signing. This can be any club in the Premier League. This can be any club. Who has been the worst signing this season?
Richarlison.
Are we going Richarlison?
Yeah, 100%.
I've got
60 million.
I've got one better though. I've got one better, but not for the money. I think
For that money, for 60 million, he's been wanked.
I think
pound for pound shocker. But I will throw in Arthur at Liverpool.
He's not played. He's not,
mate. Well, that's the point. You brought in this player.
Come on, if you're injured, you're injured, aren't you? I mean, it's not quite the.
Come on.
Oh, let's not be silly. If you've not played, you can't. You know, if you pick up an injury when you join a club, you can't think, the worst signing, and he's not played any minutes of football.
What about McKennie
Vieira
as well?
None of them touch Richarlison.
I think Richarlison pound for pound
for 60 million. The fact we bought in the league was laughing at us. I know Everton was laughing at us.
I think.
I think
there's a few. I was going to say there's an honourable mention of Mudryk as well. I think he's been, but
I knew that name would come up. I knew that name would come up,
and I knew a club at the moment.
I knew that would come up, so I did a little bit of research before we came on air. Mudryk has only completed 90 minutes twice in a Chelsea shirt, and all of his other appearances, he's played over an hour 3 times. I feel like it's really difficult if we're going to judge players when they've played such few games to be the worst versus players that have played the majority of the season.
Yeah, but Richarlison's not played that many minutes, has he?
But he's a Premier League player. Yeah,
I think Richarlison.
I think for paying that money for him.
Of course, no. Listen, I said Richarlison, Pete. I did, yeah, absolutely. He is the worst. He is the worst.
Shit.
But I'm just saying, if you look at, if I was Richarlison, I'd be pissed off that I haven't been given more of a chance, because and you could argue, yeah, of course.
He's played 35 times this season, Richarlison. He's had 35 games. I've not said him as the worst, by the way. I'm just.
How many starts for Richarlison out there? I've not got.
He's had a fair few, but let's be honest. I mean,
come on,
I didn't expect much less. I didn't expect much less from him because I watched him at Everton, and the fact we paid 6 million for that player we bought at Everton, I fully expected to see what I was going to see. That's why he's the worst signing, because the fact not only it's not all his fault, the fact we bought him and paid that money for him, the whole thing is the worst sign of the season. It's a fucking joke. That's about what he's probably on.
I was actually looking forward to Richarlison coming in. I think when I looked at him at Everton, I liked the fact that they were getting the balls in the box, and you had a guy that was, going and meeting that ball in the box. And I thought, he'd bring that in.
Goals of him.
Yeah, but I thought maybe he'd bring something like that a bit different to Tottenham Hotspur, where if things aren't going well, we can get the ball in the box, and you might have someone that'll go on and win them headers, a bit like what he'd done against Marseille, where we could change it up, low balls in the box, and he went and got on the end of them. But look, ultimately, he's been disappointing. He's been completely disappointing. He hasn't even got 10 goals this season. I thought he would have got that at least.
And he got 5. Okay, then he got 2.
A few other mentions. I think Lingard at Forest, I think, hasn't worked out. Aubameyang going to Chelsea hasn't worked out. Vieira, Arsenal, I get it. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying they're the worst. I'm just putting honourable mentions on other players that, other signings that, also flopped.
Yeah, I think Richarlison now has to, but you're right. I think there's a few honourable men. Aubameyang this season, wasn't it? It was. Yeah. I mean, that's got to be up there as well in the conversation, but just on value.
But they haven't played him, and he's a freebie. He's a freebie, but that's what I mean. He's going to get out of him. He's a mercenary. He just signed for Barca the year before, and then he's coming over.
He wants to go back to Barca, ironically.
That's what I mean. I mean, you can see what's going on in Barcelona in their books. It's not surprised that's happening. But I think when you look at for the club we are, for how much we have to spend that on him, knowing full well that we've watched him for a couple of years. Yeah, his best tally is 13. Yeah, he's got no outstanding qualities, which is what we need to learn from. Stop buying players. Their best qualities they run about. Yeah, there's no outstanding technical quality from him. No pace, no power, no good finishing, nothing like that. Yeah, we knew all that, and then went and paid 60 million for him. Yeah, and then got the output we got, which was completely expected. We signed the wrong Brazilian, like we signed the wrong everything else, the wrong Ukrainian, the wrong everything. That is the worst sign of the season. Yeah.
Could I just say, anyone who's saying Enzo Fernandez at Chelsea, do any of you watch him play? There is not a chance this man is the worst signing of the season.
Who's that, sorry?
Enzo Fernandez at Chelsea.
No, you can't be putting Enzo Fernandez
He is a top player.
He's going to be very good.
Yeah, but Sav, I think the problem is anyone who's come in, just playing devil's advocate, anyone who's come in, and I would say this about Mudryk as well, anyone who's come in for those sums of money and for Chelsea to be where they are, those players, we're talking about our players, us being disappointed in them and what they've done this season. I think they've all I think they should all be handing some of their wages back. They've been stealing
but I will add, if we didn't have Harry Kane, we'd be below Chelsea.
Exactly.
We'd be a lot lower than Chelsea.
We'd be lower than Chelsea.
They just don't have a goal scorer. They don't have a goal scorer. We do.
Listen, cry me a river, brother. If my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bike.
Yeah, but no. But context. Like,
that
if you actually if you watch Chelsea in a lot of games, they have a lot of the ball. They have a lot of the ball. They're not actually dreadful at the back in a lot of games, but they miss chance after chance after chance.
Yeah, that Man U game, disgrace.
In the window, already they've got Nkunku coming in, who is absolutely class, right? Lukaku's coming back, who I think under Poch will completely suit the way that Poch plays with a target man, and Mudryk I think will end up being like their Heung-min Son. But I just think if anyone's looking at Enzo Fernandez, I've seen enough of him from the first 2 games I watched him at Chelsea and went, yeah, you're a player. Yeah, you are a quality midfield player. The transfer fee, Phil, the transfer fee is important, but the thing is, all of these...
I know players don't control that.
Hang on. But they don't. But all of these transfer fees are now so inflated that we could say that about everyone, right? Of course. For all we know, like, for example, Mudryk going into Chelsea, right? Has he set the world alight? No. But he's also a young man coming from another country into a club that is a complete shambolic mess. He's had 3 different managers in his time and has been given 2 starts. It could be a case that he needs this summer to settle, get his arm put around him by Poch. And next season, I'm not definitely saying, and next season we could see a completely different version of Mudryk. And you can say that of a lot of players. And what this takes me back to, Phil, was I remember in the summer having all these debates with people who were telling me how dreadful Jack Grealish was at Man City. I said, but you've got to remember that those clubs buy with an eye for the future and letting them settle in. And Jack Grealish, for me, has been one of the best players in the Premier League this season because he had a year, settled in, learned how to play Pep Guardiola's football. Now look at him. So the 100 million, sure, but it's not. It doesn't tell the whole story. I think it's a lazy narrative that they cost 100 million. They've got to be amazing.
I think, yeah. Oh, so just jump in quickly for a second because people putting Calvin Phillips into this. You can't watch. Give him 12 months.
He has been injured, yeah.
He's been injured, but give him 12 months to bed into that team, and trust me, Calvin Phillips will be a very good player. It's the same. People did, and Savvy, it was because you mentioned about Jack Grealish. Everyone said Jack Grealish, what a flop. Now look at him. He's worth every penny they paid for him, and Calvin Phillips will fall into that.
Mm-hmm. But like what we say about players like that, about giving them a year to settle. Why don't sometimes that can be the case with some of the players that we brought in here as well. Like Savvy, you said about Mudryk, and I'm not saying that Richarlison can go on and be absolute special, but you said about Mudryk, he's had 3 different managers. He just needs a manager that's going to put his arm around him and love him. But so has Richarlison had 3 different managers this season.
Huge difference.
Same boat.
Huge difference. I'll tell you why it's a huge difference for a start. Richarlison's played in the Premier League for years and years and years and years. He lives in this country. He knows the Premier League. Richarlison is a Brazilian number 9. He's an established international footballer that's got no excuses, right? The difference being for me as well, not so much with Chelsea because they'll get an identity now they've got Poch. But when we bring in these players into the club, we've got no idea why they've been bought. So when Pep buys Grealish, Pep buys him with not this year in mind, next year. That's my plan because he's a genius. When we buy a player in, we have no idea if they'll be with us next year, what formation we'll be playing next year, if we're going to be playing wing backs, attacking, counter-attacking. And that for me is the difference.
But to a certain extent,
does anyone think that we'll ever get? Does anyone ever think we'll get 60 million worth of football player in Richarlison?
No.
60 million lira.
Leeds.
Yeah.
We won't.
We
massively overpaid for him.
The thing that cracks me up about that, though, Pete, is so many people are saying, "Oh, we knew." Like Levy saw that Everton were in financial trouble and thought he could go and get a deal. I'm like, maybe we're.
What fucking deal was that?
Maybe I need to take back my purple and gold scarf because maybe Levy's a good bloke after all. He saw his mate Bill Kenwright in a bit of bother and said, "I'll sort you out."
Charity, yeah, I'll help you out.
60 million quid. Stay afloat, brother. We need you.
If Levy's got any brains, he'll blame that on Paratici. So I don't know do with that. That was him cooking up books again. Yeah,
exactly.
And try and get that transfer squashed.
Yeah, it's a tough one when you look at worst signings because there's caveats for all of them. I mean, I'm seeing people say Darwin Núñez. Has got 16 goals in all competitions for Liverpool. That
he's missed a lot of sitters, but you can't say he's a worst signing.
But you can see once he starts scoring, he just. And Liverpool have been a bit all over the place this year themselves. But as you say, if he keeps missing chances, you'll get him eventually. Where Richarlison, I just don't see anything from him at all. I don't see any qualities from him.
Look what we do to football. Look how like Mudryk had a year to settle. No, he's not. He's been in this country 4 months, right? Yeah. He's been in this country 4 months.
He's coming from a country ravaged by war as well. We don't know what his family are going on back home.
It's crazy how quick we are to.
But that miss the other night was a shocker, Sava, wasn't it? That was a shocker.
Yeah, but I don't see
Sandra would have scored that, wouldn't she? Sandra Redknapp would have scored that. 100%.
Listen, of course. For me, I think it's more. For me, I think Richarlison. Again, I don't know. I'll put him in the category and I'll defend him. I put him in there because, I mean, who in their right mind would pay 60 million for Richarlison anyway? But I don't see anything from him. Like loads of people always say things like, "Oh, I love his shithousery," and there's something in there. I don't see anything from him at all. I can't stand his shithousery. Yeah, I don't see it.
How many of our players actually had their best part of their season at the World Cup? How many? You could argue even Bentancur, who it was one of our better players, was still better at the World Cup. Romero, and actually, just one thing I wanted to say on Romero, but I was trying to defend him because you lot were like feeding on his dead carcass. Does anyone remember that rash tackle, the tackle that almost was a red in the semi? He went lunging in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, 2-footed. It was just he miscalculated and went screaming off the pitch. If he'd have connected, he'd have probably been serving an international ban for 3 years or something.
Who are we talking about?
Romero.
Oh, we're not back to him again, are we?
Sorry,
how was this?
Trevor. I'm done. Back to you.
Anyway, boys, I'm going to go and have some fucking dinner. I'm absolutely starving. But before we do, can I leave you with my team of the year and maybe you can debate that?
Yes. Let's move on to that. Dave, your Premier League team of the year.
Okay, so I've gone with Alisson in goals. I've gone with Trippier at right back. I've gone with Martinez and Dunk at centre back. I was torn between someone else, but I've put Dunk in there. I've put Nathan Ake at left back. I think he's done superb for City this year. I think he's been City's best defender. And in the midfield, I've gone with Rodri and Bruno Guimaraes just to be a bit different. And then I've gone with Salah. And then I've got Kane and Haaland in there. And I'm going to leave the left midfielder for you guys.
Okay. All right. Different, very different to my team. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
very
yeah,
different.
I love it.
5 minutes. I'm going to stay around and listen to yours, and then.
Here we go. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll let you know mine, and then we'll go around the boys. So I'm playing in a Pep Guardiola system, by the way. This is my type.
Of course you are, mate. Of course you are.
I'm playing in a Pep Guardiola system. I've got Pope in goal, and I've got a back three of Ake, Diaz, and Saliba. And then I've got Stones doing the right back inverted into midfield thing alongside Rodri. Then I've got a midfield three on the left-hand side, Grealish on the, and then on the in the middle, Odegaard, on the right, De Bruyne, and then up front, Kane and Haaland.
Nice. Sorry, who is the midfield again, mate?
I've got Rodri and Stones doing the sitting bit.
Yeah.
And then I've got Grealish, De Bruyne, and Odegaard.
Okay.
Okay.
Quite a lot of goals and assists
You know
in there.
what? I'll be brutally honest. I wanted to put Odegaard in because I think he's had a fantastic season. And I know you don't like this, Sava, but for me, I can't do it. I can't.
What? Because he's Arsenal.
Yeah, I can't do it. I know you don't like that, but I can't do it.
No,
You can't
do it. I'm with you, Dave. I'm with you, Dave.
No,
I can't even pick him in my dream team.
You're all
Can't pick
adults.
owners.
You're all adults, and they finished second on like 86 points. They've got it. There's no way that none of their players get in the team of the year. There's no way. No, come on, we're not 12.
I can't do it.
Come on.
No, but I can't do it. Because there's Arsenal fans, a lot of Arsenal fans wouldn't even give Harry Kane the recognition and put him in.
Yeah, but that's why we're better than them, right?
Yeah.
Arsenal finished on 84 points, Sava.
Oh, okay. I take it all back. Those 2 points, yeah. Listen, I just think the two I put in, I think Saliba is I don't want to bring it back to our Argentinian centre half. Saliba is what people talk Romero about. That is a Rolls Royce of a centre half who's 22 years of age, composed on the ball, good in the air, very strong, positionally aware, doesn't dive in. Saliba is my type of centre back.
To be fair, you're right, but he made the players around him better, didn't he, as well? If you notice, the other centre halves at Arsenal, they were bald and suddenly they had hair as well. He's bringing everything back. It's unbelievable. Alice bands everywhere at Arsenal now. Do you know what I mean?
Just quickly, Wonder Boy. Listen, I deal with trolls like you all the time. Just because I said something about Mudryk just now doesn't mean I think he's God's gift to football. Right?
He's on the bench, isn't it?
Yeah, Mudryk's my first sub coming on for Jack. No, look, every comment now this guy's making about me is about Mudryk.
Come on, mate.
But
Sam, you're making it when everyone's on you, mate. Come on.
Yeah.
You got to have broad shoulders.
True.
Take it.
Yeah. Hang on, sorry. Laugh Out Loud can't even start for France. Okay, but are you telling me he wasn't brilliant for Arsenal this year? Look at what happened to Arsenal when he dropped out. Yeah,
I don't get people.
Anyway, Dave, you sticking around?
Yeah, I'll stick around and listen to everyone's team, and then I actually do have to go.
Perchy, give me your 11.
So I have gone with Nick Pope in goal. I've gone 4-4-2 for this. I've got Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, John Stones, Sven Botman, Nathan Ake. I felt I had to balance it. Both Newcastle and Man City both got the bet. They conceded the least amount of goals in the league, so I think it was only fair. I then gone Bukayo Saka, Kevin De Bruyne, and I changed it last minute because initially I was going to go Casemiro, but I changed it for Rodri. And then I've gone Mo Salah, Kane and Haaland.
A few goals in there.
Sexy.
Few goals. I think
Like
I've tried. I think I was trying to put Jack Grealish in, but I think just on what Mo Salah's done more in the sort of second half of the season, where he's basically dragged a Liverpool side that probably didn't deserve to be in Europe this season into nearly getting into the Champions League, I felt was good enough. Yeah, that's my team.
Right, it's my turn, I suppose.
Yeah, go on, Pete.
I've gone for a 4-4-2 with inverted wider players. I've just gone for players that I think have done really well this year. Not just gone for the obvious ones. So I've gone for, some of us are saying, I've gone Pope in goal, Trippier at right back, Stones at centre back. I like what he's done this year, especially Gans midfield and all that. It's been very good to watch. Lewis Dunk, I think he's done really well, transitioning from, he's done it over years, but when he was playing for Chris Hughton, it was all defend. Now he's sort of doing a bit differently under De Zerbi and Potter's system. Ake at left back, I remember I wanted him in the summer. Plenty of Spurs fans said he won't get in our team. Well, fuck me, yeah. I remember many saying that, yeah. Midfield two are Rodri and Casemiro. I think the effect Casemiro's had on United team has been very good. On the left-hand side coming in, I've got Grealish. Right-hand side, I've got Bernardo Silva. I just love watching that man play. And then Kane and Haaland up front.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good team. Do you know, that's the one player I toyed with, right? In my formation, I know this is so pathetic because it's like completely hypothetical, but in my formation, the only reason I didn't pick Casemiro is I don't think he can do the slotting into right back like John Stones. And I know it means nothing.
You went a bit in depth. You went a bit football manager on it.
I went all Pep Guardiola on this.
Tactics board out and he's tactics board out and all that before he.
The little markers everywhere.
Yeah, little markers on it. Yeah.
But I do agree with you, Pete. Watching Bernardo Silva, what a footballer! Like,
honestly, it's a joy to watch him play.
It really is. It really is. Phil P, you're the last team, I think.
Well, obviously, save the best till last, lads. And listen, just to prove to any gooners out there that we're not 12, as Sav would say, even though bad opinions are timeless, as some of the panel have shown tonight. Doesn't matter how old you are to be wrong. I will now tell you the correct answer. Team of the year. Pope in goal, Trippier, Saliba. So no hard feelings. Diaz, don't sleep on the best defender. Ake, for all the reasons you boys have already said. And then bringing it back to the old school, King Hoddle. If he was in a dugout, he'd be playing a diamond. I'm not averse to it either. So I'll have Rodders just keeping it all locked up in the midfield. Obviously, KDB lurking somewhere further forward. And just to prove that we've got other penalty takers in the team and he might come out towards the end of the season, Saka on the right and Grealish, not just for this season, but for the time that he represented Ireland as well. Dave, big up before he turned coat and came over the sea.
Declan Rice as well.
Exactly. Disgrace, both of them. Is it true? Was it Declan Rice's dad still doesn't speak to him or something? Or threw his rattles out of the pram, I think, when he changed allegiance.
I don't blame him. Jack Grealish didn't make an international senior appearance. He sort of left when he was underage. But Declan Rice actually played friendlies for us.
How is that possible? How can you actually represent the country and then change? Anyway, that's beside the point. And then, of course, I'd have Kane. He can play where he wants, like he did today, basically, almost in midfield in the end. And a young lad who I think has got bags of potential, high ceiling, because he needs them. Because he's about 10 foot tall, the Norwegian meat shield, a young lad called Haaland. But none of you, I know, Savvy, you had the night, a sleepless night trying to get your team sorted. But I'd also have on the bench the likes of Silva, Gundogan, Ederson would be my sub keeper, Casemiro, Bruno.
Don't get started on subs. We'll have the board. We'll have the tactics board out again.
Odegaard, and obviously he didn't get into any of our teams, but I think those Champions League games, especially, we've got to still respect Kyle Walker. Unbelievable.
Class.
If anything, he's getting better with age. I think management, there's a lot of shout outs. Obviously, I would be the manager, really, but it's got to be Pep, unfortunately. The assistant would be De Zerbi because he deserves it. and the cone man would still be Arteta because that's.
So what about the kit man? What about the kit man and the groundsman?
Do you know
what's would be whoever Spurs groundsman is, because
Do you know what's strange? Looking at all the
year.
teams, people are putting teams in the chat, and the number of teams that don't have either Haaland or Kane, they have one of them, and I just sit there and think,
you can't. You have to have both.
I thought to myself, I'm doing a massive disservice to someone if I don't put those two blokes. I
feel bad that I haven't got Salah in.
Well, in all competitions, if I'm not wrong, Kane and Haaland have got 86 goals between them in all competitions. Like, that's just
mental.
That's just mind blowing. Look, Salah, to be fair to Salah, everyone gave him a lot of stick this year.
And in a struggling Liverpool team as well.
Yeah, and he's dragged them back. I ate all the pies, dude. I mean, this whole Walker Championship defender thing, you've been doing this for ages. Listen,
I can
tell you,
he's always got a rick in him, to be fair. But I think that's just because of how long he was at Spurs.
No winger wants to play against Kyle Walker. I can guarantee you that not one winger in world football will want to play against Man City's right side.
I think the best thing what Pep's done with him, he's an insurance policy against the counter attack.
Yeah,
with any ball over the top, he's on it. Yeah, so the
other thing I would say,
I can commit four because I know that ain't going to happen.
This is why Pep's the elite of the elite, and I know he's in a fortunate position that he can drop anyone and bring in a replacement that's at least as good. But he doesn't take any of this rubbish. Walker was being a bit naughty with some of his behaviour. Sit next to me for a few games, mate, and get your mind back on the game. We're trying to win a few cups over here, and if you don't want to buy into this after all these years, you know where the door is, and don't let it hit you on the arse.
I think as well, you look at it right. Like I was being told by everybody and anybody a few weeks back that Vinicius Jr. is the best winger in the world. Kyle Walker, he's past it now. Kyle Walker absolutely manhandled that guy. Like Vinicius Jr. didn't do a thing. And
let's be honest, even in the World Cup with Mbappe, he kept him very, very, very quiet in that game. He was,
as I said, wingers don't want to play against Kyle Walker. No winger wants to play against him.
It's hard to put Kevin De Bruyne in my team, but I think he's not at his best.
Dave, you
by
need to
his
drop.
Standards.
Yeah, I need to drop. I just want to tell everybody, smash the subscribe on this channel. Let's help Sava reach his goal. And just last before I leave, look, it's been a disappointing season for Tottenham, but one thing we've all got here is friendship, and that survived the test of time this season. So thank you to everyone, especially me.
Survive this one, mate. Survive anyone. Fucking hell.
I've got dark days, and every single one of you individually have helped me out. So I appreciate that, guys. And
good luck, Dave.
We'll speak again soon.
Big up, Dave.
Hello, mate. Look after
Big up, mate.
Guys, we'll just go for another 15 minutes, and then call it a night. Let's move the subject on. We need to. The season's finished now. We're 8th. We're not in Europe, which means we've got a nice clear run next year. Guys, where are we at with this manager search? We're linked with every single man and his dog at the moment. Do the club need to get to the stage where we just go, if it's going to be Potter, get him in. If it's going to be Rodgers, get him in. But let's get them in now. Let's get them in this week. Now the season's finished, and actually start looking towards the season. And Postecoglou as well is a heavy favourite.
I think we need to take action, but I do worry that if we do know a knee jerk, it could be the wrong decision as well. But like I was saying to you boys in our WhatsApp group before, I've got zero confidence now that Levy is going to get this right. Savra, I was worried that you'd had some sort of brain trauma the other day because you were actually saying like positive things like Levy's got no option now but to get it right. I was about to call the paramedics.
I crashed my van.
I tried to sign into social media and send like Margot Robbie a DM and going, is Savile with you? Because I think he's had a knock on the head. You know what I mean?
He's been hacked.
Has your vanity case fallen down off a top shelf and hit him on the bont? But no, look, the problem is, guys, we've got, based on the past 22, almost 23 years, the only thing that would give me confidence is usually when it's Levy's third choice, that's when it works out well. But like we saw with Nuno, when it's his seventh choice, it ain't so good. And look, this whole thing, unless I said to my dad earlier, based on what we've talked about before, Sava, that we hope the reason it's taken this long to get a director of football in is that, and maybe even manager, is it's someone in a job. Again, now I'm petrified that isn't the case, right? Otherwise, why are we talking to Arnie Slot or so far down the line with Nagelsmann as well? Where we are, I don't know where we are with the director of football, but logically, you'd think that's got to drop first before, you'd think that they would have some input on the manager. Now, of course, even if they're in a role, like, look, even Munn hasn't started officially yet, and he won't for another few weeks, but you would imagine he's still, involved, or at least giving input, even if it's light touch. But I'd love a manager to be announced tomorrow, and I do think we need to get it done. But I mean, if I was Levy now, just to save face, I would be on to Nagelsmann's people and just, like we did with Conte in the end, in that October, November, when we'd had to pull the trigger on sacking Nuno, I'd just be saying, look, whatever you want, mate, however much money you want, just come down. Whatever control you want, you can have it. If he could get him in, that would save face. My worry is, after what happened at Chelsea, even though Potter's a good coach, he started the revolution towards proper football at Brighton after Chrissy Hughton, one of our own. I just think that if that Chelsea job's too big and he had that much checkbook on his hands, he's not going to be able to cope with Spurs. He won't be able to cope with the storm that's in the Spurs camp at the moment. I think it's too big a job for him. It might be too big a job for
anyone, though? This is the thing. I keep hearing this. I'll move to you, Pete. When we talk about, is it too big a job for X, for Y, for Z? This is a massive job for whoever comes through that door, right? I don't feel like many managers will have experienced what they're about to experience. One, working with Levy. Two, working with a squad this bad, with no identity, hardly any top players, brand new goalkeeper needed. How long can we go without having a manager in, Pete?
Not long at all. I mean, it's hard at the moment because I think what the club are doing, and I don't see how they cannot do it, is allowing the media to set narratives. And when you do get that phone call from your manager, if you listen to anything you're reading or hearing, you think, hang on a minute, I'm fifth choice. Fuck off. Well, I'm not number one, I'm not bothered. But if they've got a plan, they've got to stick to it. I see what Phil's saying about Nagelsmann. If they generally never wanted Nagelsmann, which we won't know, then don't go cap in hand to him now. If that was not your plan to start with, then don't change it, because that's when it goes tits up. Because really that's not what you wanted. So then you're just shifting your position to placate the fans rather than actually sticking to what a plan you had from the beginning. That's what we always do. We always change direction, change course when we think the road's getting a bit choppy. That's what you were going to do. Go for Postecoglou or whatever. If that was the plan from the start, then stick to the plan. If it's going to be Rodgers or Potter, if that's the plan, stick to it. Don't move just because you're getting a bit of heat or the season ticket renewals are not coming up and all that. You've got to stick to what you're doing. But we're going to hear every name under the sun. I'm sure we'll hear another name this week. Nagelsmann will be back on just in time for the season ticket renewals. You know that's coming. And then Friday, 6 o'clock after 5 p.m. deadline, it's all broke down again. It's all gone tits. But we need to move quickly. I think it's the best chance I've seen in years because we're not in Europe where we can... I just read that comment.
Time.
Yeah. But it's the best chance now because we're not in Europe. So the manager has a chance to implement a philosophy on the training ground all week, every week, with your cup game in between. It's perfect. We've seen what it does to other teams when they don't have European football for a while. They come back stronger. This sort of, I don't get this narrative where we have to have European football. No, we don't.
I don't. Yeah, it's done nothing for us.
Exactly. We don't use it as a platform. The lesser competitions are really just bringing a bit of extra money, which never is not any worth to transform the budget or anything like that. It's just keeping it ticking over. We deserve this slap in the face. The owners certainly do. You're not as big as you think. You can't take Europe for granted. Do you know what I mean? And all this, we could have just put the kids out. Let's be honest, we wouldn't have done that. We would have just sent the people who don't play every week out, and then we've seen what happens before. They can't be bothered. They're like, well, I'm only here because I don't play. I can't be asked for this. And it would have been a disaster like the last Conference League was.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to get on it quickly. Scotland don't start officially for 30 till the end of July, I think it is, or the end of June. The 1st of July, I think it starts. Yeah, so we'd like to think he's got some input in, surely, but we cannot wait for it. Can't be a case of Levy going, well, when he starts, that's when we start. No, it's got to be.
It's got to be done before that.
He's got to take ownership of this. I mean, that's a worrying thing to say, but he has to get balls rolling, things done, because there's players need to be bought.
Just quickly, my bad. I started some super chats and didn't get around to them, and that's really, really bad of me. So let me quickly go through them. So first of all, Emil Frederickson was chiming in and saying that Basuma has been the biggest disappointment.
I think Waves used was disappointment.
Yeah, Emil, thanks for the super chat. I would say that I feel that the way he was used and the injury didn't help, and I'm really confident of having a good year with Basuma next year, depending on the manager that comes in and playing him properly. But I understand what you mean, because he was the favourite for me of all the signings we made, and I was really looking forward to seeing him. Morton Barley has come in and said, have we seen Lloris play his last Spurs game? Quickly, just a quick round robin, really quick. For everyone agree that. Yeah,
I said that the second he went off in the WhatsApp group. I said we'll never see him in a shirt again.
I think it's got to be right. Morton Barley, if I won't say your real name on here in case you don't want to be known, if it just feels weird calling you Morton Barley, if we see Lloris lining up again next season, then it tells you everything you need to know about this football club and that everything has gone terribly wrong.
Morton Barley sounds like a great DJ name, by the way, doesn't it? Morton Barley on the ones and twos. Come on, boys.
And then Mark Cousins, let's all have a minute's silence for Mark.
Black armbands.
He's not dead, but his dream of Poch coming back is, Mark, everyone's been trying to tell you for months that he's signing a deal at Chelsea, and he's not signed it yet. He's signed now. It's official. He is the Chelsea manager.
He's asked for his privacy to be respected during this grieving period.
Period of mourning.
But listen, on a serious note, though, right, I know he's a professional and he can go wherever he wants and whatever, but like I've said to you boys before, the fact that our manager during the Battle of the Bridge is now managing the other team is a bit of a slap in the face for diehard fans.
It's football, though, isn't it? It's football. It's football.
Why?
I actually give Levy a bit of credit for not going that way, because that was too easy.
You can't go back.
I will absolutely do that.
I do agree with you on that.
That was an easy one.
But I don't think he has any reason. Like, I think this thing he's got, he shouldn't go to Chelsea because of Spurs. Let's just remember, we sacked him, by the way. We sacked him.
He owes us nothing.
What if
Battle of the Bridge isn't a thing, is it? Battle of the Bridge was a one-off game hyped up by the media. It's not like we play Battle of the Bridge every year, is it?
But anyone who knows more than two Chelsea fans knows at least one bad one, right? And
I'm married into a Chelsea family, so I'm
my brother's a Chelsea fan.
Well, then you boys know more than anyone exactly what I'm talking about. And now he's one of them, right? So the battle lines have been drawn. He's on their side. So whatever.
We've had theirs. We had Mourinho, so it all swings and roundabouts. We've had more of them than they've had of us.
But what if Kane sees out his contract and goes there on a free? Are you going to be upset by that?
Slightly different.
It's massively
slightly different from Kane going there.
He's just doing a job.
But Poch isn't one of us.
Kane is.
Kane's one of ours.
Yeah, but Poch said he was.
Oh, come on, Phil.
I said I'm a Louis Vuitton model.
Professionals, lads.
Doesn't mean I am a Louis Vuitton model, does it?
We sack Poch. He has every right to go wherever he wants to go.
I'll back you, Sava. Remember that. I'll back you.
Yeah, and if there's any scouting agencies watching, hit me up. I've got an email address on my YouTube.
Slide into his DMs.
Look, I think the key thing is moving away from that. Look, obviously the Poch situation has, I suppose, made it worse for a lot of fans that desperately wanted to see the man come back. But again, guys, what I'm seeing, it just from a small sample size of Spurs fans in this chat. So there's 354 people still in the chat, and if I went through and read all the comments, I'm seeing Nagelsmann's the only guy for it. The next comment is Nagelsmann's never had to deal with this in his life. Postecoglou's the one. He's bringing this football. If Postecoglou joins, I'm not supporting Spurs. Brendan Rodgers is awful. Actually, no, Brendan Rodgers is experienced, and this just goes to show that whoever comes in now, guys, we're going to be split immediately, aren't we?
Oh, always.
We're going to be split.
Even if Potts come in, we'll be split.
Yeah,
there's no unifying force. Really, I think the best person who can unify in this one is Kane signing a new deal. I think that's the best chance of unifying the fans. Yes, thank fuck for that. Kane staying. I think that's probably the one thing they can do that everyone agree on.
Why shouldn't Kane be player manager now? Just get him in. Do you know what I mean?
I'd rather him than Mason. I'm not going to lie.
Of course.
I mean, realistically, guys, look, it looks like all the four that are being talked about, right? These are the four that have been at the top of the bookies' odds for a long time. It's between Potter, Rodgers, Nagelsmann, and Postecoglou. Now, as Spurs fans, the one thing, and I've said this to you guys all week, what I don't understand is we're a team that's just finished 8th. We're not in Europe. We've got a terrible squad. We've got no ethos. We've got no plan, no structure, no director of football. Why do we think we're better than managers like Postecoglou, Potter, and Rodgers?
Because we've had people still look back and go, we had Jose and Conte. So people,
but neither worked.
No. I agree. By the way, I
know. But I'm just chucking some ammo.
Yeah, that's lack of ambition from Levy, though, isn't it? Really?
Why? Why is that lack of ambition from Levy?
Because let's follow the thing through. We're all told to wait for the stadium. We got the stadium. Then we're getting in the top managers once Poch went. But then he hasn't furnished them with top players, and the players are the most important part of that journey.
Right.
Of course, it's sooner or later, if you have like Chelsea have got now, a squad of really highly paid, richly assembled players, but you need a manager that can make that all mould. We had
big up Marco. Big up Marco.
I've seen that
Ponzi scheme. He was getting the managers in. But it's like, look, this is what you're saying, Osava, about we never show ambition when we got the Champions League. Arsenal now back in the Champions League,
but we're not.
They're going to pay £1 million,
but Phil,
100 million.
But Phil, this is what I mean.
Where was our signing like that?
Phil, past, present. We're not that now. This is my point.
Yeah.
Now we're not. Last year, when we made Champions League and had Conte as manager, for sure, where's the ambition? This year, 8th in the league, no European football. The club is a complete mess. Why are we? I'm just
challenge.
Why are we now as fans belittling managers that have done well but aren't these real big sexy names? Why? So why would fans? I'm just asking. Why would fans have rather an Arne Slot? Bearing in mind I wanted him over Postecoglou. There you go. Why?
I don't know. I would take Postecoglou. The thing I would say is, though, and this is against Potter maybe specifically, what are we asking them to do? We're asking them to take where we are now and potentially over the next season and a half, 2 seasons, however long it is that Levy thinks is realistic, or we as fans think is realistic, to get us back into the top 4, right? And
maybe realistic don't belong in the same sentence.
I know. But what I'm saying is, Pete, which managers could get us to that level? Brendan Rodgers almost did it with Leicester, so I think he's got to be in there. Postecoglou's got a great body of work behind him, right? And Arne Slot, obviously, has just won the league at final on a shoestring. So all of those managers deserve to be there, and I don't think we can turn our nose up. And I think we've got to think outside the box with a project manager now, and it's just which one is going to fit the bill best.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Sorry. When people term things as a project manager, isn't every manager is Klopp a project manager?
Yeah, probably.
Right. So isn't every manager a project manager?
Sure, yeah.
That's how they get to do the project.
Other than I think there's a splattering of managers that aren't, and I think the two that aren't, of the most I can see, are the two we
our last two.
Conte and Jose. To me, they are anything other than project. For me, everyone else has to come in here and go, can you imagine day one, you rock up and go, right, right, on my desk, I want this pile here of every player who's got 1 year left of their contract. On this pile, I want a list of everyone who's been out on loan last year and coming back. On this, do you know what I mean? And you would look and go, oh my God, where does this manager even begin to start? And yet this was my point in the WhatsApp argument we were all having, Phil, before I came on, when people are going, yeah, a couple of good signings and a manager, and next year we're winning European trophy. It's like, whoa, like it's a lovely dream, but it's not reality. There is so much to do. Why is Postecoglou not the right man, or Potter or Rodgers? I'm just asking.
I personally, I've explained why I don't think Potter is, but any of the rest of the names you mentioned, we cannot turn our nose up at any of them, because this is the level we're at, and we all have to wake up and smell the particularly strong coffee that we as a club, we as a fan base need. But the one who needs to wake up more than anyone else, right? Because this is the problem. We all talk about, they're just because another fan's got a different opinion to us, they're deluded, or this, that, and the other. We as fans debate the club because we love the club and we live and breathe it. There are a lot bigger problems in the world, and we're all very lucky that one of the in our top 5 things is how bad our football team is at the moment. You've got people living in war zones, running for their lives, all out of work, cost of living crisis, all this stuff that affects people.
And I bet they wouldn't swap that for being a Spurs fan.
Yeah,
exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Can you imagine if you were that and a Spurs fan? Do you know what I mean? Christ alive. Listen.
But we have to get real, Phil. We've got to get real. Fans have to wake up, right? There isn't this
Levy's got
list.
to wake up more than anyone else, Sava. Levy's got to do the business,
but that's not what we're talking about. Not every conversation needs to get back to that, right? If we're talking about fans now, we have to acknowledge we are not a massive club that can just go out and give an attractive offer to managers. Managers now are going to see that Conte, Redknapp, Jose, Poch, all these managers, they've all been burnt. They're also going to look and go, look at the state of that squad. Yeah. No Europe. I've got to work with Daniel Levy, but yet fans are going, just go out and get this manager. I don't think it works like that anymore. I think we've burnt those bridges.
No, we've done. Yeah, they all talk to each other. They all go to conferences, seminars. They all talk to each other. And people think we could just go and get Nagelsmann now. If we're not paying 20 million for Arne Slot and his firm, there's no way we're getting Nagelsmann, who is under contract at Bayern Munich. If we get him, we have to pay for it. There's and he will cost more. He will cost more than Arne Slot. So we're not paying that. We're not paying for him. Can
I just say as well, these sort of comments, Scott, I don't agree with this at all, if I'm honest. When you say if it is Postecoglou, shouldn't we already have him in? Doesn't that show that it wasn't a plan but just a reaction? But Postecoglou, if I'm not wrong, didn't he have a league game yesterday for weren't Celtic still playing in their league?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So do you think this is what I've said the whole time? And fans get crazy with this sort of stuff. When you've got 8 to 10 games of the season left and you want a manager who manages another club, they're not letting their manager go. But
Sava, you're talking as if Levy's applying a logical approach to this and you would do it.
No, I'm not.
It's not about Levy, but I think
that's not
if the manager himself.
I didn't say that. I didn't say Levy. What I'm saying is, if Postecoglou is the choice, I don't know if he is. I don't care if he is. I don't know. If Postecoglou was the choice and they've contacted Postecoglou's people whenever they've contacted them, hypothetical, Postecoglou is going to turn around and go, hang on, I've got 7 games of the season left to win the league. I'm in a cup final.
Of course.
I'm not doing anything until then. Now, the only way I will change my mind on this, but again, I'll be hypocritical here, is if the manager they bring in is a manager that's out of work, that will only lead me to believe that none of those managers would want to have picked up Spurs with 8 games of the season to go when we are a shambolic mess. So when fans say 50, 60 days without a manager, I think until the end of the season, that's a bit of a knee jerk because I don't think any manager is going to join. Otherwise, why didn't Poch go into Chelsea? Why? Because like Romano said, Poch said he will start fresh in the summer to put his stamp on the team. You don't want to take over 8 games, lose 8 games, and straight away people are going, this guy's rubbish. Blah, blah. You wouldn't, would you?
Yeah,
listen,
that's completely right. Okay, but I still don't think there's any plan whatsoever. I don't think there's been any plan. I think we are scrambling. We are scrambling. And you know, I know paper talk. Look, it's all clickbait rubbish, most of it. But you know,
that's the problem. That's the problem. You believe it all, and the club can't come out and say every time deny a rumor because that's unprofessional as well.
But
so
because some of it is right, Margot for manager.
Yeah,
that's the only way we'll get.
Scott, you've got to get real. Scott, I'm sorry, you've got to get real.
There's a difference between halfway through and 8 games.
If we are looking in the last 8 games of the season and the option was Arne Slot, Postecoglou, these are managers in title races.
Yeah, exactly.
These are managers going to cup finals. No manager's going to go, yeah, all of my season, I'll just drop that now for the last 8 games to go and manage Tottenham.
The only reason you would is if the club you're managing now is bust out of everything, in which case we'd all be blowing up saying, why are we getting him in?
But none of those people have been mentioned, have they?
But exactly, and that's also
Slot,
why
Postecoglou.
Yes, I would just sort of say just exactly why the Slot talk happened 3 days after they'd won the league. Like the reason why talk started is because they'd won the league and now he's done it, job done. He can now talk about it. Like their managers will. There are people going, no. He's not talking about anything else for next season until the season's done. Season's done, then he talk. We did it. He's now staying on at Feyenoord, and that will happen. And this is why I was on the same balance with you, Sava, when it came to a manager. I'd want, if we're going to get a manager in at the end of the season, it's because realistically that we're not going to have. What is the point? Even the likes of, even managers, by the way, that are out of contract, why would they come to Tottenham with 8 games to go? It doesn't benefit them at all.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And people need to stop this.
Wood Potter. Yeah, but Wood Potter. So, for example, Phil, Wood Potter, I'm just using a name as somebody who's available now, right? Wood Potter, after what he's just been through at Chelsea, right? Would Potter look at the Spurs job with 8 games to go and say, let me in there for 8 stressful games and with this underperforming squad? Or would he turn around and say, I'm happy to talk, but I want to get to the end of the season and let you guys finish and whoever's leaving on a free can leave and blah, blah. I just think this isn't Football Manager and a lot of fans seem to think it works like that.
You're right. And this is why this hasn't happened, okay? You're absolutely right. But the only thing I would throw in the mix, and funnily enough, one of the managers that is linked did come down, and I think it benefited Leicester the next season that he was able to come in and assess the squad in the run-in to that the last few games of that season before. And I think he was able to assess which players he could work with, which ones he couldn't. Now, of course, coming into Spurs with how it was at the time, I think they were on a hide into nothing because they weren't going to be able to turn it around and get us Champions League. But I mean, I don't know. It's a bloody mess, lads.
Of course, look, we all know
that. However you dice this, lads, it's an absolute car crash.
I tell you what I'll say is this, and this isn't me sticking up for the club in any way, shape, or form. You know, I think they're awful. If the manager is not named between now and next Sunday, right, then you know there was no plan in place. If the manager is named between now and next Sunday and is a manager who has just finished managing his club, then you know there was a plan in place to get that manager for me. But if it ends up being Rodgers, Potter, Nagelsmann, all of these people that weren't in jobs, they could have announced those. They could have announced, this is our manager. They will start in the summer. You can't do that with Postecoglou, Slot, Amorim. You can't say, oh, I know we're in a title race with Celtic or with Feyenoord, but you know what? The manager's leaving at the end of the season. It would derail those clubs completely. And by the way,
I think
people in the chat, sorry, just quickly, Phil, I'm not championing any of those names I mentioned. I'm literally using those names because they're at the top of
champion
the
someone, Sava. Champion someone.
I just don't know anymore, Phil. All I know is as long as it's not
anymore, Phil.
As long as it's not Mason.
Cry for help.
Right? As long as it's not Mason, I will get behind that manager because I feel that whoever's coming in needs a lot of support and help from the fans. I don't care whether it's Rodgers, Potter, Postecoglou, whoever. I can't from moment one go, oh, that's an awful appointment because it's not fair on that manager. They need time.
But you know who we need to know? Really, they should have announced it on full time. But if there was any type of plan in place, Sava, the director of football will be announced 9 a.m. tomorrow. But we know it's not going to happen. It will have been someone who's in a job, and a director of football should be announced now. But if there's any type of plan to be announced,
I think I'm going to dust out for a couple of days.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that some of these people, they might have contacted directors of football. They will have contacted directors of football that are at clubs that have still got things to play for. So just because the Premier League season ends today,
the league is next weekend.
The Liga finishes next weekend. You've got Champions League final, Europa League final, Conference League final. There's other leagues across the world that haven't finished. Not everything is based around the Premier League. So if it's somebody, for example, let's say it is, we were linked with, before everyone gets into a big debate, with Pinto at Roma, right? Let's say it is him, right? Roma still have a league game to play. Roma still have a European final to play. They're not going to announce a director of, but equally, Phil, if they announce a director of football in 3 weeks that wasn't in a job, I'll be fuming.
Yeah. Mate, can I just say, though, the whole thing against the plan, I think, maybe director of football, I think you're right. So, absolutely good point. But I think with the manager, the thing that I think shoots that all down is how far along the line the slot thing was. How far along the line we were with him.
We never made the official approach.
But we didn't approach him.
We didn't approach him. We didn't make
it wasn't far down the line. This is the thing, and this is the beautiful thing, Phil, about media. We've all assumed that an offer was on the table to Slot and that he rejected us. It could have been a phone call to his agent saying, is he interested? And say, give me a couple of days. I'll go away and find out. Slot's had a conversation with, I'm just a hypothetical. Slot goes and has a conversation with Feyenoord and goes, look, other clubs are interested. What's your plans for me here? How are we going to kick on?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm happy to stay. But we, especially us YouTubers, we've blown it up to be, oh my God, Slot has rejected Spurs. The offer was on the table and no one wants to manage the club. We don't know.
Final approach is
probably somewhere in between, isn't it?
The final approach is the last thing. From what I know, we didn't say nothing. We spoke to Nagelsmann. We definitely spoke to Nagelsmann, from what I'm led to believe, but we made no official contact with Slot. It's just what the media put out there, especially with social media now, because it's 24/7 news. It's constant, and it's all the time. I think before, when it was in the papers, things get time to be done and dusted. Like when you was waiting next day for the paper, in that 24 hours, it was the story was either talked about and squashed before it even made the next print. Now it's bung out there straight away because everyone's got to be first. And 9 times out of 10, it's bollocks. They have all this tier 1 sources and all this crap. Yeah, no one knows nothing. We are the most opaque club in the fucking world. We don't let no one. Half the people who work there don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's no way a reporter from the fucking Daily Afghan in Afghanistan who tweets a rumor saying he heard this is going to know what's going on. Yeah, that's the reality. Mm-hmm. No one knows nothing. Not Alistair Gold. None of them.
I think that's the key thing, guys. I do want to wrap up in a second, but I think this is the key thing. I think, look, what's happened is, and I'm as guilty of this as the next person, is because we've seen how badly this club has been run for years and years and years, we automatically go to the complete top of the scale of how awful everything is. But all I'll say, and I'll leave the show on this, guys. at the end of the day, they've got to get this sorted. They have got to get this sorted with a director of football and a manager in the next couple of weeks. It can't drag on, because in the next couple of weeks, when the players are on holiday, should be the conversations behind the scenes of, right, who realistically are we going to sell? Who do we want to bring in? What's our ethos? What's our strategy? You know what I mean? All of that stuff. If we haven't got that by, what's the date? The 28th. If we haven't got that by the 10th of June, I'm really concerned.
Agreed.
Really, really, really concerned.
We're already so far behind, though, Sav, aren't we?
I agree. I agree.
Every second that goes by now, every other club that is ahead of us in the Premier League, as it sits now with the final table, has all their plans in place. They've got their manager, they've got the back office sorted, and all the plans, all their targets, the top target, the second level target, and if they get turned by two, their third level targets for any position they need in. They know who they're going to try and sell on. We have not got a thing in place, and we can't until we get these boys in. And so, best case scenario, we're 2 weeks behind.
I think Spurs, there's only other two teams. Spurs and Palace are probably the only two teams that haven't got a manager for next season, if I'm right in saying.
Ain't Roy doing another year?
Oh, maybe I haven't.
Yeah. He signed up for another year.
But fair enough. The thing is, Phil, so take that into account then. First of all, when you're saying 2 weeks behind, we're not 2 weeks behind. All these other clubs with managers, right? All season, these managers, Klopp would have been talking all year since the last window, would have been talking with his directors of football. This is who we need. So we're months, years behind. But equally then, when people, Phil, in WhatsApp groups tell me next year we could do this, listen to what you've just said. We are so far behind that the next manager coming in is at a huge deficit already. And what we can't do is the new manager and director of football that come in, we can't just say in 6 months everything's not amazing and their plan has not worked. It's going to take years. It's going to take years. And whether we like it or not, and yes, we've been patient as fans, but we need to be patient. We've got to. We've got to.
We can't. Yeah, no, you're absolutely bang on, Sarah. And this is the thing. I think people need to politely get their heads out of the clouds a bit. We're not going to be. I don't see us in Europe for a while. And listen, and I get why people will go. I do get it why people go, oh, stop lowering the standards and all that, blah blah blah. Blah. But we have to be realistic. I don't see us in Europe. Maybe next season we qualify for maybe the Conference League or the Europa League, maybe. But realistically, guys, we've got to take more steps backwards, any real positive steps forward. We need to go through a little bit more pain. I know we've been going through a lot this season, but it could take another season. But you're right. Whoever comes in, we have to give full backing.
It could, and it could not. But just the thing, that's the beauty of football. I mean, no one saw Arsenal put in a title challenge this year, and it came out of nowhere. So that's the good thing about football. I'm not that realistically. You're probably right. What I'm saying, but it can has been on before where things just go like that.
Yeah, but Arsenal have been working towards this for years, Pete, haven't they?
I'm saying football changes very. Look at Leicester. One year they just beat relegation. Next year they're winning the league. Football can change if it all goes right very quickly.
But not with how much we've got to do.
I agree. It's very unlikely. It's very unlikely.
Can I ask a question though? And maybe we can save this for another show as well. I know, Sava, you always wanting to, calm everyone down when they were talking about like chat that getting top 4 last year was like Conte pulling out a miracle, whatever adjective he used. But how bad we are now with more signings, you look back and you think,
no, I don't. No, I don't. I do. No, I don't. Last year's league was Man City and Liverpool. The rest of the league was crap. The rest of the league was crap. There was no miracle. There weren't good teams. This year, Man United have raised their game. Newcastle have raised their game. Aston Villa have raised their game. Yeah, Arsenal have raised their game. There was no miracle to what happened.
But a lot of but the thing is, as much as those teams had great seasons, they've all been inconsistent as well. They've all been inconsistent. I mean, obviously Villa were, because they sacked their manager and were down in the doldrums. I'm just saying, from the point of view that with the same defending staff, except with Longley. So I mean, I know the guy's been bad, but he hasn't been responsible for all those goals. Look how much better our defensive record was. Look how many more goals we scored last season than we did this, and that's after however many it was. It was
but
10
Phil,
games.
The league was poor last year. When you look at the league last year, no one wanted fourth. Spurs, Man United, West Ham, and Arsenal all at one point could get fourth. No one could put any wins together. As I said, this year, look how good Newcastle are.
To be fair, though, the race for fourth place is always inconsistent. Because otherwise, if you were more consistent, you'd be fighting with the top two, right? That's always the case. I mean, look, Man U nearly ricked as well, didn't they?
No.
I know, yeah, but it was if Liverpool hadn't been as bad, they would have been in with a shout.
But ifs, buts, and maybes. Look, I'm not going to use this season.
It went down to the top two race went down to the last two games of the season, didn't it? It was only on Wednesday or Thursday night that Man U beating Chelsea
mathematically, but that was done 2 weeks before the day Arsenal lost to Brighton. That was the end of that, and it was, to be honest, it was done before then. Even when Arsenal didn't beat Southampton at home, and it was just a matter of time before City played their games in hand and won them. As soon as City got ahead, it was immaterial.
All I'm trying to say is, I think you can look and see what I can still say or see what the Conte system was doing that had a positive effect last year that almost makes it worse with what happened this season. So I got to disagree.
I thought we were shit a lot of time last season. We were just we had some good games, but there were many games last year where we were dire. I remember that where we lost home at Brighton. We drew away at, I think, Brentford. And there was a real shit run, and it was proper poo.
Can I just say,
Arsenal lose run as well.
If Arsenal don't lose to Newcastle, they probably don't lose to us. It'd have been a different game. But that loss to Newcastle, was what got us Champions League. Yeah, if they could have won that game, we could have beaten 3-0 still, and it would have made no difference. They would have been in there.
Can I just say that I really do want to wrap up the show, but this comment of this is stupid. The Premier's not much better this year than last year. I'm sorry. Look how much better Arsenal are this year. Look at Newcastle this year. Look at Man United. Look, even Liverpool coming with that late run. The likes of Brentford, Brighton. Fulham, Villa. I'm sorry, it's much better. Last year, I think City and Thingy were good, and I think then it was us. The fact that this Spurs squad finished fourth last year shows you how bad the Premier League was last year.
Yeah,
because
the only thing I would say though, you're bigging up the Prem. I would actually.
I'm not bigging up the Prem.
But, okay,
I'm not bigging it up.
But you're saying this season versus last season, like the quality's better. I actually don't think it is. We were third for a lot of this season. That means the Prem wasn't that good.
Hang on. The context. We were third for a lot of the first half of the season because we had that run of games, about 10 or 12 games in a row, where we played all the teams in the bottom half and we picked up points. And everyone said, wait till it evens out when we've played Man United, played Liverpool, played Newcastle, played Chelsea, played City. And what happened? What happened?
And the World Cup.
And also, what happened as well a lot this season that didn't necessarily. A lot of games got postponed because of things like the Queen passing and all that lot. So we had games. So there was a lot of periods like at the early half of the season where we were playing. We were 3 games ahead of people, and even into the latter bit when people were saying, "Oh, but we sacked Conte when we were 4." Yeah, but we sacked him, but we played 3 games ahead of the teams below us, and it was only a points difference. And a lot of things like that are relevant. Like people miss it. They go, "Oh, but points, but 3 games is realistically could be 9 points." And if those 9 points had swapped over, we could have been 8 points. We would have been worked it out. And if the teams below us had won games, we'd have been down in 8th anyway.
And all them teams that were waiting games were in much better form than we were.
Of course, exactly. And we were just crumbling.
Do you know what, Greg? Listen, I am going to end the show here. Greg, you've got to stop this, my man. If you can't understand that Conte didn't want to be here, and if you can't understand that he's never that his average tenure at every club is 18 months, I can't help you. When you're saying impatient fans, the man was coming into every press conference basically saying, sack me. I don't want to be here.
Listen, everyone talks about fans got rid of Conte, right? I know that one game, I think there was chanting for Pochettino. So no one's saying Conte out, whatever, but you could say, okay, this is an anti the current manager. Okay. But if there was any hashtag Conte out agenda, the chairman of that movement, if you want to think of the Conte out version of Enoch out, and who was the Daigle in the Conte out, it was Conte. Exactly. Listen, lads, the day after the January transfer window, the geezer called in sick, yeah? We're not talking about ITK. We're not talking about someone was looking over his garden fence and knows what was going on. We're just talking about facts. I hope he's well, and there was a lot of rumours going around. Was he seriously ill? I hope he's over his gallbladder, right? But the day after the transfer window, he called in sick, and we barely saw the bloke in England again, right? These are facts.
Yeah,
these are facts.
That's it. Conte was the biggest advocate of sacking Conte. It's bang on.
And you all know, because if you'd have seen my thing with Stell the night of that game, you know how fired up I was about this. The bloke wanted to be fired the minute that he brought on Davinson Sanchez in a must-win game, 1-0 down to, I'm sorry, to Iggy or anyone who likes AC Milan, but they were an average Milan side, right? And we needed a goal. It doesn't matter how good they were, to be fair. That's irrelevant. But we needed to win a game. And I don't know whether he was still on meds or whatever the crack was. He thought if we get a 0-0 here, we could get a pens or something. I don't know how his brain was working, but he brought on a defender in a must-win game. Unbelievable. He wanted to be sacked.
But
do you know what? Walking into press conferences with a sandwich board over him, calling Levy.
But the thing is, Phil, forget anything that happened when he was here. As many people said when he joined this club, he will be here for 18 months, no longer. He signed an 18-month contract for a reason. This is what he does. He goes to clubs, no matter what the contract is. He doesn't see it out. He leaves, when things don't go his way, right? But yet Spurs fans now going, oh, it's the fans that wanted him out. What? The guy signed an 18-month contract.
Yeah.
We've got to let that sink in. He signed an 18-month contract for a reason, because he wanted to keep his options open. He realized how bad it was working for these guys and begged for the sack. I though, however, I really want to stop this show in a second. I really, really do. However, you know this, Percy, more than anyone. I've said a number of times, I don't believe it was a straight up sacking. I truly don't believe it was. I truly believe that Conte wasn't very well at the end. And I don't think he wanted to be here on top of that. And I think it was a mutual agreement. So when people are saying, oh, we should have had a plan when he left, I don't think it was planned out to sack him. I think it was more of a...
Yeah, but Sava, to your point, whatever the reality of that, we know it wasn't for footballing reasons, because it took so long after the rant, at Southampton for it actually go to press. So it obviously took a long while. But also, to be fair, whether, to all the reasons you've said why we didn't get a replacement in straight away, fine. Levy wasn't expecting him to go completely gaga and say what he did in that press conference and have to then deal with that. But we knew either that he'd been offered a new contract and then signed it, or we hadn't offered him one. So whatever the situation was, we should have at least expected the possibility that he would, and the high possibility that he was going today, right? We sit here, this was probably one of his last days in the office.
Today wasn't 2.5 months ago when he left, is it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Sava, it's a bit like the Paratici thing. If you've got all these things hanging over someone's head, or you've got a contract that's ticking down, maybe a billion, a billion pounds worth of business should have a succession plan in place.
Look, Phil, this all comes back to it. We sit as fans and go, what's the succession? Who should have been coming in? Again, it's not like there's just a million people sitting out there ready to bring in. You can't just say, oh, Conte's in his last year of his contract. Who should we have in case he leaves mid-season? Because people get fired and hired all the time. People change in the market.
I'm talking about bringing people in now, Sava. I'm talking about the plan for June the 1st. That's
for sure, but we don't know that yet, do we? Look, the key thing is, right? The key thing for me is here, as with anything, when Conte joined, did anyone here deep down, I don't care about trolls, that just say silly things for attention. Deep down, who here thought, that's the manager for the next 5 years? That's the manager that wants to build and have a project and we should be patient with? No, that's not who he is. That's not who he is. He comes in and sprinkles fairy dust onto good squads and takes them to the next level. Spurs were a club that needed to build completely. And then there's fans like this guy Greg going, oh, you wanted him out, didn't want patience with him. No, he didn't want patience with himself. And I don't want Conte being the guy that builds me up from the bottom upwards because he's never done it before. That's not what he does.
But also, just to sort of...
Also, to Greg's point, we're not blaming Conte for this. We know what Conte is.
Yeah.
Levy is the problem.
But Greg, you're saying Perchy, so now you want to be patient with the new manager. Yeah, but why? How can I be patient with Conte when he would be today would have been his last day at the club? Today would patience or what? I don't get it. And to say that he had a 1-year extension, it had to be agreed by Conte and Tottenham. Conte had been basically saying, as the guys are basically saying, he might as well have been walking around Tottenham saying, please sack me now. He might as well be walking around for the last 2 months. I don't get why people miss that part.
Exactly. And Seb, absolutely. I don't blame Conte. Conte is what he is. I didn't want him here, but he is what he is. He should never have been booked to this football club, ever. And this comment saying, Sava Perchy, you wanted Conte out after 6 weeks since the season started. You're talking nonsense.
What are you on about?
If you keep trolling, I'll just block you because you're lying, Greg.
Yeah, but but the other thing I would say though,
I didn't want him here to begin with. If I'm honest, I wanted him.
Listen, I think, right, and Savvy, you to be fair, I think where I think his timeline's probably wrong. But I think lads like yourself and Couve probably got to a point where you were so sick of how bad the football was, you were like, look, I just want to see anyone now play good football because we're not getting the results anyway now, as soon as the results dropped off, and it all comes home to roost. But for me, I would have loved Conte to stay for years and years and years. It's a bit like me saying I would have loved if we'd have been successful with the organic model and doing things properly. But listen, what you're asking is you're asking for a leopard to change his spots. Saying Conte's going to be here and build a 5-year project is like me saying I think like I'd love if Levy changed his ways and suddenly starts bringing in great great level of quality into the squad and paying players up properly and this, that, and the other. Like you've said before, Sava, the average money we spend on the players isn't high enough, but actually the wages that we pay aren't high enough. But we all, as fans, will look at when we did pay up for the likes of Ndombele, etc., as, oh, look, we got our fingers burnt on that bad player. Loads of clubs get their fingers burnt on one signing, but it doesn't mean you don't sign a player again.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You have one bad relationship and you think, I'm never going to date again. Mental.
Just quickly, again, it's idiots like this. Sava, with all due respect, you need to own up. You wanted Conte gone. Yeah, I never wanted him here in the first place, right? And see where Spurs are now. If he was here, Spurs would have achieved top 4. I'm sorry. This is absolute nonsense. Did you see the downward trajectory we were on in Conte's last 10 games? We were
but also,
going...
Sava, to be fair...
No, hang on. No, Phil, hang on. Let me finish.
Sorry, mate.
we were fourth, but the teams around us had 3 games in hand. This narrative that we were fourth and only not there now because of Conte, his last game, what was it, 3-0 away at Southampton. He lost 4-1 at Leicester. He got knocked out by AC Milan. Yeah, this is madness. What am I only owning up to? I didn't want him as manager. I don't want him as manager now. He's not right. It's like, Phil, just quickly, it is like Antonio Conte right now going to Fulham, right? And fans going, this is the guy that's going to build and win in the next 2-3 years. No, he's not. No, he's not, because he wins with squads that are ready to win now. Tottenham were never that squad. So all these people that go, back Conte. It's not, you can't just give him 1 or 2 players. Conte goes into teams that have players like Hakimi and Bastoni and Skriniar and Barella and Lukaku. And you don't just chuck him into Spurs and go on, win. It's mental.
Yeah, but also, Sava, the thing is, I think what Jay, you've got to remember is, look, we've all got to think about this. I don't think we would. My personal opinion is, I don't think we could have got top 4 this season.
I don't.
Because remember, why did Conte go? Because he absolutely lost it with the players after we threw away another winning position against the bottom of the league, Southampton. He knew himself the players either weren't good enough or weren't trying, and he called them out on it. This was his opinion. They're not mine. He basically, in that rant, was saying, I'm trying to do a job here and I haven't got the tools to do them. That's basically what that boiled down to.
Agreed.
And he threw his rattles out of the pram and blew up. And you know what? Apart from taking his own slice of the blame pie, as Sean would say if he was here, pretty much everything he said is spot on, in my opinion. But maybe he should have owned up. I haven't done, like me as a manager, getting handsomely paid, haven't got enough of a pattern to get us right results. Haven't got a plan B. I don't change things up enough. Whatever, right? But that, that's just me. I know he's got a winning formula. It's worked before. So who am I to tell him? But he wasn't backed in the way that he needed to be backed. But again, like but
Phil, he was never going to be, because what Conte wants is a 70 million Bastoni. Bastoni doesn't want Spurs. This whole thing, just back him. He wanted Vardial. Vardial doesn't want Spurs. He wants Barella. Barella doesn't want Spurs. Hakimi. We keep saying, just back him. Players won't just join Tottenham Hotspur because Antonio Conte is the manager. Yeah, they will look at the bigger picture. Hang on. They will know. This is basics of football. They will know that Conte has a short tenure at each club. So they're not joining a Conte revolution. They're joining a club that is nothing.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people truly believed that it's this sweeping generalization, Phil. It's this comment, this throwaway comment of he didn't get backed. What? Because he wanted Bastoni.
Yeah, but Sava, we don't know that. Any of this is all clickbait rumors. We don't know who he wanted. Remember when he was at Inter, Bastoni was already there anyway, but he brought in players like Young. Yeah, they weren't all multi-million-pound buys. We don't know who he
I'm not saying they were, but he had top players already there.
The problem I think there is apart from the fullback that we got on a free, wing back in Perisic, I don't think he wanted any of those players. So I'm not saying get Hakimi, because that's unrealistic. I'm saying I don't think we bought any players for him. Do you know what I mean? That's why I think.
Okay, but you've just undone your own. You've just undone your own argument. If you're turning around and saying it's clickbait, right? It's clickbait. All of these things are clickbait, and we don't know who he wanted to bring in because at other clubs he brought in people like Ashley Young. Then we don't know that he didn't want Basuma, that he didn't want Longley.
I know because he didn't play him, Sava.
Right. Okay, but Phil, He played Longley a lot. Are we saying that he wanted Longley? He played Perisic week in, week out.
He wanted Perisic. That's
but this is the thing. You can make this narrative all you want because every player people seem to like, it was that was his. But the difference is when he goes to Inter Milan and brings in an Ashley Young, he's already got the top players there. So you're just sprinkling with what you need. At Tottenham, he needed a whole new defence, a midfield, and another forward.
Yeah, but Savat, the point I'm making is, right, and look what Arsenal are talking about doing now with Declan Rice. When we got in the Champions League, and you've said this yourself, what players do we go out and buy that actually are Champions League level players? What my question to you is, and my question to Levy and the board is, when we got Champions League, why couldn't we go and get players like Bastoni? He might not want to come
because Bastoni didn't want to come.
Bastoni's not going to come to Tottenham.
Okay, but where is the £200,000 a week signing though? But why aren't we making
it was even Heritage, unfortunately.
But Phil, this is the thing we're talking about, right? Fans seem to have this entitlement that just because you bid £70 million for a player that they want to join your football club, right? Bastoni, for example, Bastoni from day one, his agent said he doesn't want to leave, but our fans kept going. He's going to come. Hang on.
Then let me answer it. But where were the rest of them?
Let me answer it. Let me answer the question. Right. So I'm using Bastoni as the example because everyone was going, no, he'll definitely join because Conte's here. He loved playing for Conte. Yeah, but I'm sure he loves his hometown club more and he loves winning things and he loves being in Champions Leagues. And right.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about the others, you've got to remember these top players will look at Tottenham and say, why am I joining there? If you look at Arsenal right now, why are players joining Arsenal? They're a young, hungry, exciting team that are going that way, that have just been in a title race with Man City. When you looked at Tottenham last year, we were a team that scraped fourth, had no good defenders. Okay, Romero had no real good defenders, no real midfield, no squad depth, and a manager that had 1 year left on his contract. There's huge difference between Arsenal being able to go out and buy a Declan Rice and Spurs being able to go and do it because we're not attractive. And fans hate the truth, but we're not attractive. People say, just go and buy James Maddison. Okay, you think James Maddison's just been relegated. You think, right, not you, but fans think that if we whack down 50, let's say it's 50, 60 million, that no one else in the Premier League is going to turn around and go, there's 50, 60 million. By the way, we're in the Champions League. By the way, look at who else we're buying. Our manager's been here. We've got a plan. There's no plan, Phil.
Yeah, but I'll tell you why that won't happen, right? Because one thing makes the world go round. Money, right? If we want Maddison and we went and said, like we used to many moons ago.
You're in cloud cuckoo land, man.
Yeah, but hold on, Sava. Let me talk to you about something. Why did Spurs in the 80s get some of those players, some of the gifted players that we still all talk about every time we meet up? The likes of Gaza, Waddle, Lineker. Because we outbid some clubs that were actually in much better positions.
I hate to tell you, we're not in that era.
Like that.
It's different now, man.
Phil, do you truly believe? Let's use the Maddison example. Do you believe if Spurs go down and say there's 70 million for James Maddison, right? 70 million. Right. Do you not believe that also at the same time Chelsea will be, Newcastle will be,
Man United,
Arsenal, Man United, whoever will be, right? Now, okay, all the bids are accepted at 70 million. All the bids. Let's just say we've not been outbid on price. That's the easy bit. We've done that. We've bid, same as the others. All the other clubs are going to go, well, why am I joining your club? I don't know. We're in the Champions League. Or we just won a league. We're in the Champions League. We're in the Champions League. We've won 5 trophies in the last 3 years. We've won 10 trophies in the last 20 years. Okay, brilliant. Spurs, you can't compete, but we'll keep you in till the last stages. What's the final stage? All right, what are you paying me a week? Chelsea, we're going to give you 400 grand a week, James. We're going to give you 300 grand a week. We're going to give you 350. We can't compete with that.
But that's my point. That's what we need to do.
But we wouldn't even get to that stage, Phil. We wouldn't even get to that stage of interesting.
Yes, but mate, the problem. Yeah, but listen, we're blaming each other as fans. right, for being too ambitious.
No. It's being realistic. It's being
mate,
realistic.
Realism.
Look how much money we've spent in a transfer window over the last few years. We have got the money, but we are wasting the money.
Yeah, but Phil, this conversation is not about money here. We have money. We spend money. This is where I think we.
But I'm telling you, it is about money, Perch.
But it isn't about money.
We need, if we want Maddison, if we were seriously in for Maddison, right, and we're competing against Newcastle, right, we have got to give him 50 grand a week more at least than Newcastle and tell him, selling the vision, we're going to build the team around you.
What are you talking about?
But Phil, let's just be simple. Let's keep it simple. If Spurs, let's just keep it with two teams, Spurs and Newcastle right now. And Spurs, let's just say we offer. Let's keep.
I know we're not going to get him, by the way. I know that.
No.
But you don't seem to know that because you're sitting here going, why shouldn't we?
I'm telling you how we need. I'm telling you as Spurs where we are to actually elevate ourselves, how we've got to behave. We've got to be aggressive in the market.
No, we don't.
Phil, listen, this is the problem though. But this is where I feel like that we have gone wrong because look at. Let's just keep it simple.
I agree.
James Maddison, 50 million quid. Let's keep it simple. They've just been relegated, 50 million quid for James Maddison. And what me and Sav are trying to get here is that let's just keep it simple. Newcastle and Spurs. But if we offer more money than Newcastle, which we won't be able to, by the way, they will be able to easily overpay us. Collectively, Newcastle's a better outfit than Tottenham right now. On every single level, they've got a cohesive squad. They've got a manager that they trust in that will be there next season. They've got a project in the Champions League. What do we have?
This is what I don't get. This is what I don't get about it.
Even if we offered more money to the player wage-wise, why would he pick Spurs over Newcastle? Even if we offered 50 grand more a week, he's not going, do you know what? I'm going to slum it, even if I'm going to get paid more money at Spurs, when I could go to Newcastle where I have an opportunity, I don't think they will, to win a Champions League. We talk about this with players, when players want to go for Champions League, but then now we're saying that we have to be at Tottenham now to go, we should be getting players like Maddison. We're nowhere near that.
The thing is, we need to increase. Why are we where we are? The squad is not good enough. The squad is not good enough because we don't pay the wages to have a good enough squad.
Yeah, we do.
What it all boils down to.
We pay players. We pay players wrongly at too much money. By the way, I think actually our wage structure, by the way, is actually there saving us. Because bear in mind, we could be offering the likes of Ndombele 300-400 grand a week. At least we're paying 200 grand a week.
Can I? But this comes back to again. This comes back to every fan thinks that we can just fix this with some big signings. This is where we've been going wrong. This comment sums it up. This comment sums it up. Where is it? So we need to stop thinking about big names and start getting a scouting regime in the club and finding good young talent. Now, this is the thing. If people,
but we dismantled that, didn't we? That is absolutely right.
But Phil, you've got to implement something like this before we can do what you're saying. You're saying just go out and go, there's 60 million, there's 70 million, here's 300 grand a week. Into what philosophy? Into what plan?
Of course, we need a philosophy and a plan. But I'm saying we've three things have to happen. We've got to get a plan in place. We've got to get scouting in place. But then we need to actually be ambitious with that plan.
Okay, but we can be ambitious, but the players we're buying or trying to buy are ambitious. And we are not. You've said, sell the vision, sell the plan, right? Now, there's people in the chat's been idiots saying, oh, I'm defending Levy. No, I'm not. No, this is honest, right? If we turn around to a player and go, you know what? Forget how weak the squad is at the moment. Forget that we're not in Europe. Forget that we don't have a director of football. Forget that our academy's crap. But if you join us over them down there who'll pay you 400 grand a week and are in Champions League and win trophies, this is our vision. That's not how the world works. That is why whenever we've been successful, if we're successful, if we're looking at the pot cheerer, look at all those players we bought in the Poch era, right? If you look at them 1 to 11, Hugo Lloris, right, from Lyon, right? We're not talking about hundreds of millions. Carl Walker was from Sheffield United for a few million. Danny Rose was from Leeds as a kid, right? Jan Vertonghen was from Ajax, right? Toby wasn't getting played at Atletico Madrid and was on loan at Southampton. Wanyama from Southampton. Dembele from Fulham. Ericsson as a kid from Ajax. Dele Alli from MK Dons. Kane from the youth team. And Son from Leverkusen. That team was arguably the best team we've seen for 15, 20 years as Spurs fans. None of them were global superstars. None of them were bought for huge money, but it was a team built to be a team. Right? But if we're turning around, I agree with you, we need to be ambitious. But the problem was the time to be ambitious was when we were doing well.
Yeah,
we're
agreed.
not doing well now. And as I said, Villa are going to chuck their hat into the ring for these players now because they've got ambitious owners. You've got Man United that are about to be taken over by Qataris with endless money. You've got Newcastle, the richest club in the world. You've got Man City. Everyone's going to go to Man City if they bid. Arsenal are attractive. Liverpool are Liverpool. They are one of the biggest clubs in the world. Chelsea can chuck endless money at it. I don't know what makes you think Spurs are going to outcompete these teams. We need a different route. We need
a different route, mate.
Build.
We do need a build, and that's absolutely right. And I completely agree with that comment that you pointed out, but from Lee. But what I just think is, mate, we've got to get all those things right. But we have missed the boat because these are the sort of things we should have been doing, you know, in those 517 days when we didn't sign any players. These are the things that we should have done. Look, and Ndombele and Lo Celso didn't work, but the ambition of those players was right because that's gone wrong.
The Phil Army is deluded. Like with the right appointment and can convince players like Maddison. Okay, Maddison will join Tottenham if no one above us in the league bids for him.
Agreed.
But do you truly believe that the best English playmaker in the country, statistically he is over the last 4 years, do you truly believe the best English playmaker in the country who's only got 1 year left on his contract, if he goes into a negotiating war with clubs, he's going to choose Tottenham over Arsenal, Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool? This is bonkers.
Yeah.
This is absolutely bonkers. James Maddison's not stupid. James Maddison would have seen how we play football. James Maddison's just been in a relegation battle and lost it. You think he wants to come to Spurs and have more of that? This is madness. Like,
but my point is, Sava, right, that you're right that it's unrealistic, but I'm talking about how we should behave. We're not paupers. We're not Southampton, or we're not Leicester. So why are we acting like it?
No, but we're not. But there's a difference in level of players. So, like, for example, when everyone was getting overhyped about Bastoni, we can inquire about Bastoni. He's not going to be interested in us.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference, Phil. You can't just go, we want that player, Levy, go and get him. All right, but what if the player doesn't want to join?
No, I get that. I get that. But I do think Bastoni is a very troublesome case because I don't think anyone's getting him out of Inter.
He's just signed a new contract.
He's just signed a new contract.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. He's an Inter boy, isn't he? It's a bit like Kane with us.
Mm-hmm.
We were never going to get him, but we could have maybe gotten Hincapié or someone like that. But we didn't capitalise on last season, did we, with the window we had? We all agreed that it was a rubbish window.
Oh, no. People were telling me we had 8 out of 10 windows. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But on that crap.
Let's not think about what we called it. I'm telling you, we should have been more ambitious in that window. That's the only point I'm making, right? Maddison's probably a bad example as well. Really, for us to be successful, look, the difficulty is we're in a twilight zone as a club. We think we're better than we are because we have got the financial punching power.
Fans like you think we're better than we are.
I think
fans like you, Phil, you and the other Phil are sitting there going, buy this player, do this, entice them.
No,
fans like me and Perch here going, hang on, let's scout properly. Let's scout properly rather than.
Mate, listen, I'm agreeing with you.
They've made it.
We do need to scout properly. Of course we do. But what I'm saying to you is we are stuck in between two stools. We're not a Leicester, right? And Wenger said this himself, right? I don't like to quote him at all or be associated with him. But he said when people were talking to him about why didn't we sign oh my God, why didn't we sign who's the win? Mahrez. He said, how can I go and sign a player from the second division in France and bring him into the Arsenal first team? The fans would have had me strung up. You can't do that. Right?
But Phil, football's completely changed now. Like I think we've got to remember, we have to look at the likes, and I don't know why people go, "Oh, you just want us to be like Brighton." No, do you know what? Why are we discrediting what Brighton do?
No, of course. But this is the point, though, Perchy, that I'm trying to make is that we're a bigger club than Brighton, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we're better, by the way,
Yeah,
but they
we're
are
bigger.
properly run.
Correct.
Right? But we almost do need to. I agree. We do need to basically go back to basics and start doing what they're doing. But the problem is we haven't been there. So we should be the rung above, but we're not run properly. We dismantled all our scouting network. We don't scout properly.
But Phil, that's what me and Sav have been literally just trying to say. We're saying we need to stop thinking about the likes of the Barellas, the Bastonis, the Skriniars, all this lot. Forget that's gone now. But we need to be looking at the likes of, and we were on a show earlier, me and Sav were earlier, when the lad from Galatasaray, the Swedish lad, Victor Nelson, I believe his name is, someone will come, and people go in, oh, Galatasaray, that's where all the has-beens go to into Turkey. We're not. I don't get why people say about they want to see us improve and stuff. We're not at a level now at a football club where we can go and buy. We weren't at that level, by the way. Last season when we had Conte, we couldn't go in and buy the Vardials because there's better teams than us. So we need to take our level down a bit and go, do you know what? Let's buy young, hungry players. But listen, it's going to take time. And I get what you're trying to say in the sense of about it, but fans have to be realistic now. We're not at a level where we can compete with the likes of the teams above us. Look at the teams above us in the league, and every single one of them is a better prospect. Even the likes of Brighton, even the likes of Aston Villa are a bigger prospect than us right now. We have to get our head out of the clouds and stop thinking we're a big team. We're not.
Can I just say, I've seen this comment and it just makes me laugh so much. Like, so Sava, sorry to say you were wrong. Money talks. Remember those two words. Hang on. Remember those two words, money talks. And if Spurs could offer Maddison first team football, he would want to come because the clubs you're mentioning, he isn't always starting. Right. Let's use an example. If Spurs and Man City went head to head with James Maddison and Spurs said, we're going to play you every God-given minute of the season, and Pep Guardiola turns around and says, you're not going to play every minute of the season, but we're going to win leagues and Champions Leagues and FA Cups, and I promise you, I will upskill you and make you a better player the same way I have everyone else I've managed. We truly believe that he's picking Tottenham over Man City. This is ridiculous.
But Sava, hold on. The ridiculous thing about that is you can say that about any player in the world and any other club in the world. If Barcelona are in a bidding war with Man City or for any player, he's going to Man City. Right, if Real Madrid and Man City both want Mbappe in 2 summers' time, Man City have got a great chance of getting him if Pep's still there, haven't they?
But that's got nothing to do with my point. My point is, even if Liverpool go in for this guy,
my point is we're not competing with Man City. We can't compete with Man City.
But you don't
bidding war with Man City. We're dead.
Hang on. No, we're missing the point of. You're missing the point of the comment. The point is when we're talking about getting into bidding wars, right? Money talks, yes, and other clubs have more of it than we do. Other clubs are more successful than we are. So this whole just offer him first. Listen, if we get James Maddison, I will sit back and go, brilliant. Because I love the guy. I think he's brilliant. But at the end of the day, to answer me this question, Phil, do you truly believe that if we put in a bid for Maddison, that no one else would?
No, of course not. But what I was trying to say, but it was a bad player to use the example because there is probably going to be a bidding war for him. But I'm just saying, we've got to do things differently that we haven't done before. Yes, absolutely. We've got to get the scouting network in. But if you want to pepper the squad with some more experienced jewels that know the league, if we are serious, we've got to behave seriously, and we've got to offer more money.
I agree with you, but if we're going again, if we use the mat, sorry, I just seen a comment again. But first and foremost, Isak was a young striker from across Europe. Yeah. So somebody was taking a chance on him, right? James Maddison is a Premiership. Hang on. James Maddison is a proven Premiership playmaker who is also English, which is brilliant for anyone who wants to buy him for homegrown quota. Yeah. Also, the second part of this, D-Boy, is when Phil was saying you were selling them a project, you're selling them a vision. Look at Newcastle, what they had to sell. Hey, we've just been taken over we are now the richest club in the world. Yeah. This is what we are going to do. Sign me up. What are Spurs selling?
Yeah. And also,
that's the thing that we've got to get right first. Look, absolutely. But listen,
but this is all nonsense. This is all nonsense. Like,
come on, you can't be believing this stuff. You've got get your head out of the sand. Tottenham aren't a big proposition anymore. We were under Pochettino. Listen, if we were having this conversation...
Listen, the only thing I would say to back up D-Boy and anyone who's still optimistic about these things, like I'm trying to be, is...
It's not being optimistic, though, is it? You're asking for something that isn't realistic.
No, but listen. We can't do it now. But what we've got to try and do in the next year, we've got to get a manager and a director of football in and get that philosophy. And then we've got to have a similar year this next 12 months as Newcastle have in the last 12 months. That's what we need to do.
Oh, do we really think,
because Newcastle haven't used money to do it yet, Perchy, have they? All they've got is ambition and good scouting and good management.
But they had a manager they got in and who basically has transformed some players that everyone was telling me were bang average. And what they did is also they brought in short-term buys that they're offloaded now. They brought in short-term buys to push them over the line, which is what they've done in the likes of Chris Wood, Dan Burn, etc., etc. Not players that will set the world alight, but players that have pushed them over the line. And they obviously offloaded Chris Wood to Forest.
The funny thing is it's crazy. Like this guy is absolutely delusional. He's saying taking a chance. Yes, taking a chance, because the year before he joined Newcastle, he managed 6 goals in the league. He managed 6 goals in the Liga the year before Newcastle signed him. So for me, yes, that is taking a chance. James Maddison is proven, right?
Yeah.
Alexander Isak is younger. James Maddison is a great age and proven. The point is this. Do we know if anyone else bid for Alexander Isak?
They didn't. They've activated his release clause.
Right. My point is this, is if Spurs want James Maddison, go and get him. Cool, go and get him. But when he chooses another club over us, and everyone's going, I can't believe we didn't get him over the line. Of course we didn't get him over the line. And listen, this isn't just James Maddison, by the way. I think he's just the best example of clubs will want players that we want.
Yeah.
No. But Billy, again, Arsenal aren't a complete shambles like we are.
Yeah.
This is the point.
They weren't too far off it at the time, though, mate.
When they signed Aubameyang, they were this bad. When they signed Aubameyang, they were this bad.
They weren't this bad.
I don't remember Arsenal being this bad.
The only thing I'd say, though,
no manager, no director of football, no Europe.
Yeah, but like you're saying, hopefully in 10 days we won't. Yes, we're in the worst position possible. And my worry is, lads, don't get me wrong, I'm not on meth. I'm worried that we could get a lot worse, right? And I'm petrified of where we could be in 6 months' time. But I do also think, like I said, look, Newcastle haven't come in and smashed the back doors off the money wagon yet, have they? They've done it in the right way. But all they've got, as I said, is ambition, the right manager, and they've scouted phenomenally well. And you're right, Perch. They've done really well out of the players that are already there. We can do all those things, but we need to get the manager choice right. And I'm petrified we won't, but of course we can. Of course we can. And we're going to sign some players, lads, aren't we? Because listen, the right players will want to come in, because what we've got to do is get young players and offer them a way into the Premier League.
Of course, okay? but the thing is I just wanted to touch on a comment by Billy for a second, I wanted to touch on what you're trying to say here. Firstly, Billy, when you're saying Arsenal were a mess when we signed him, they were winning FA Cups season after season. What are you on about? Yes, but at that point under Wenger, they were still winning stuff, and you're talking about that they were as bad as us right now.
I'll tell you what. Do you know what? I'm just going to end the show. I'm going to end the show. Yes, but we can buy Bastonis and Madisons. There's no reason why all of the bigger clubs than us in Champions League would possibly get him before we would. It's just ridiculous.
We just have to be, and the guys in the chat and stuff like that, we have to be much more realistic here. James Maddison will only be coming to Tottenham if we're the only name on the sheet. If realistically, we're the only name basically going in for him, that is the only real reason James Maddison's coming to Tottenham.
Can I just say though, Perchy and Sava and everyone in the chat, anyone watching this, you know what the sad thing is about this? The people that are delusional and are saying we could get Maddison and everything like this, wouldn't we all love if they were right? Okay,
of course.
But we have been laid low. We've been laid low by the lack of ability of the leadership of everyone running this club.
Exactly.
Our ambition.
Kate has hit it on the nail, by the way. If we're going to be smart here at Tottenham, not get Maddison, go and get Alex Scott, who's a 19-year-old talent at Bristol City, and start building the team around someone like him and go, do you know what? He's the one. James Maddison can go to Newcastle, but what we're going to do is we're going to be that one step ahead. Instead of the likes of Alex Scott going to Crystal Palace or going to a Brighton, we're going to be the team that gets him, and he's going to be our main man for the next 10 years. But again, you know why this club will never work with having a plan or an ethos, Phil? Because of fans like this. Alex Scott, if you watch Alex Scott, he is brilliant. He's a brilliant footballer. Talent. He will be snapped up. And then no wonder we win nothing. Billy, we need to. Do you know what? It actually makes me upset supporting Spurs sometimes that our fans can't understand what we are.
This is what I mean about we're in that twilight zone, guys. Because
we idiots, all want people who don't know.
No, but listen, but
you don't watch football, then if you don't watch him, he's unbelievable.
But we want the best, but we're not there yet. We should get Alex Scott. And you know what the worst thing is, guys? We're talking about James Maddison. We were interested in when he was at Coventry. We're interested in when he was at Norwich, but we didn't execute again. Another sliding doors moment. So I think we should go and get Alex Scott and make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes we made in the past. So
I'm absolutely baffled by people like Seb. Are you kidding me? Learn some. Right. First of all, when Dortmund signed Bellingham, he was a 16-year-old kid.
And they signed Haaland.
But also...
hang on. No, Phil, let me finish. They signed a 16-year-old kid. They didn't sign a 50, 60, 70 million pound footballer. When they signed Haaland, you know the reason that they got Haaland over everybody else?
Release clause.
Because they were the only team willing to put a release clause in for 65 million. Man United, Madrid, the Bayern Munich all said, we're not putting that in. And now look at him. Listen, Seb, you've actually proved my point. Go and get them before they are up there.
Exactly.
Get them when they're down here.
But also the problem is with unfortunately, Seb, he wanted to go. He wanted to go, and God bless him. I think it's fantastic what he's done, and what a lot of the young guys, English guys that have beaten the path out to Germany to get that experience in a good league, very comparable with the Premier League, really. So it's fantastic what they've done. And to be fair, this generation of English players, you've got to give them kudos. You know, past generations, you know, all stayed at home, and I think it probably hampered their career in a lot of ways. Getting this experience, hopefully, will see Bellingham in great stead. But unfortunately, to your point, Sava, if he had stayed in the UK, if he'd been more of a home bird and wanted to stay, Man U were beating his door down, and we're going to give him probably more money than we would have, and they're a bigger club. So,
but we're talking about, first of all, we're talking about the second biggest club in Germany, right?
Yep.
First of all, we're talking about the second biggest club in Germany that have gone out and bought 2 teenagers. That is not comparable to what this conversation is.
But this is actually a great point.
If anything, it's the conversation that me and Sava are asking for.
Look, we should give the pathway like they are.
If we're saying, absolutely, listen, for Unai Emery TV, no. If we've got a proper, I literally am attracting all the trolls right now. It's ridiculous. If we have a proper philosophy and ethos of how we want to play and what we want to build and what we want to be for the next 5-10 years, and you bring in the likes of Alex Scott, great, bring him in, let him bed in. He doesn't have to go straight into the... Bring him in, let him bed in. I'm not saying don't buy better, more established players, but what I'm saying is we have to know who we are. We are not Man United. We are not Chelsea, Liverpool, City. We do not have the attraction that the top clubs have. We don't have a history of winning. So when people are going, when people are saying to me, oh, you should be demanding better players. Great. All right, I'll just sit here and go, yeah, go on then, Spurs. This summer, sign Maddison, Declan Rice. While you're at it, go and get Barella. I'll tell you what, we'll have Kvaratskhelia as well from Napoli. It's a pipe dream.
It's exactly.
It's a pipe dream.
This is actually, though, this is a good discussion, though, because I think this is a key thing. We should be looking at Dortmund because we've got more financial punching power than a lot of the teams we're now competing with in and around the sort of upper mid-table, unfortunately. So we could, and look, we could say, I know Levy wouldn't do this, but we could say to the best up-and-coming English players or any player from around the globe, come and join Spurs. It's a great place to play. We've got all these facilities, and we'll give you a showcase in the Premier League, you know, one of the most best, you know, leagues in the world, all that, if you believe it. But also then say, like we did, how do we get Modric? Because we gave him that pathway. Come and prove yourself in England, and then that can be your stepping stone.
Because he wasn't.
That's what we've got to do
there.
again.
He wasn't exactly. That's what I'm saying, Phil.
That's what we've got to do again.
So get them while they're at those clubs.
Yes,
but the thought of getting them when they are worth 70, 80 million isn't attractive. Look, do you know what?
Yeah,
people need to
start.
That's
what we've got to do. That's what we've got to do.
Listen,
man.
D-boy, if you're going to keep being rude, I'll just block you, right? Perch isn't ES, man. We just agree with each other on this subject.
Yeah.
Right?
Me and Sab argue about loads of different things. It's just this topic. We have the same mindset and what we want here.
It's just look, I think D-boy behind the time. I know Perchy is a real person and Sav is just his AI. Do you know what I mean? So
I just right.
It's all good though. This is good though, lads. This is
again. Listen, so I'm going to call out the other Phil. We should at least try and make offers for these types of players.
I mean, doesn't work.
The world doesn't work like that, Phil. I hate to break it to people, and I've worked at a professional football club. I hate to break it to you. You don't just one day send a fax or an email over going, "Dear Mr. Chairman, 70 million James Maddison." It doesn't work like that.
We could put in a contract to Lionel Messi. Hang
on. The club reach out to players' agents. Yeah. And the first question they're asking the agent is, what's the situation with the player? Is he happy? What's going on with his contract? They'll know about his contract. Is he happy? Who else is after him? Where does he want to move? Does he want to come to London? Does he want to move abroad? All of these questions. And ultimately, do we have a chance of getting him? And the agent will put that in front of their client and then come back and be like, yeah, you're very much in the faults. Just so you know, the price that the club are looking at the moment is going to be anywhere between 60 and 75 million. Just so you know, we've been on the phone to Man United scouts and Chelsea scout, and they want him as well, right? It doesn't just work that you ring up one day and go, there's 70 million. That's not how football transfer works.
Yeah.
So when we say just chuck in an offer, football chairmen do not chuck in offers if they haven't got an inkling that they've got a chance to get the player.
Exactly.
So, for example, look at Arsenal with Casado. Yeah? Arsenal would have had...
courtship, isn't it? There's a courtship.
Yeah, Arsenal would have been told, yeah, you can get this player. Okay, the bid goes in and the player wants to go to Arsenal, right? Okay, you can get him. You're not getting him for that bid. All right, now it's about how much is the club willing to pay. It's not as simple as you don't ask, you don't get. That is not reality of football. Yeah? Everything needs to be in place. The player must want to come to the club. The club needs to want to buy the players. The salary needs to be right for the salary needs to be right for the player. The transfer fee needs to be right for his current club. The agents has to get involved. It really isn't that simple.
People play too much Football Manager and
it's ridiculous.
And FIFA and stuff, and they think that if you just put in a bid in and if it gets accepted, then you offer it. No. Realistically, all the sort of formalities in the bid and all that lot, that's the last thing that happens, not the first thing. The first thing is the as you say, the club speak to the agent to see if it happens. People think that, oh well, we might as well just give it a go and place a bid. Why?
Yeah, but hold on. The key thing of this is Sava's massively dated how long ago he was working in football because he said there was faxes banging about. Do you know what I mean?
No, Listen, football.
Wait, what's Tommy saying? I'm a wet whip. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Phil,
I'm not down with the kids.
Hang on, Phil. Forget faxes, forget emails, forget whatever. The point I was making was, even now more than ever, it is all about phoning agents before the club. Yeah, and the agent's going to tell you straight away. If Spurs phone James Maddison's agent, the first thing they're going to ask is, what's the situation? Right? Yeah. You know the situation, Spurs. We've just been relegated. James wants to stay in the Premier League. Brilliant. What do Leicester want for him? Leicester wants 60 million. Brilliant. Who else is after him? 1, 2, 3, 4. Spurs will then make a judgment and go, we're not getting him above those players, right?
That's exactly it, lads, because, and to everyone in the chat, this is why Spurs are hardly ever involved in a bidding war. When was the last time we were in for a player and there was like a lot of to-ing and fro between us and other clubs? It never happened because, you know, Levy, to be fair, in this case, is realistic because of what you just described, Sava, that we know that we can't compete in these sort of situations, so we don't bother. And it's sad, but that's where we're at. So we have to change the way we do it. We've got to be quicker and smarter with executing on deals is the only thing I would say once we have got to that point.
My issue, by the way, so Seb, when you're saying why do you guys get upset when Levy doesn't get deals done? I get upset when Levy doesn't get deals done that should be done. I don't get upset because we don't buy Bastoni and Vardials. I get annoyed when we couldn't get Jack Grealish out of Championship Aston Villa because we wouldn't pay 5 million more, right? Those are the deals that annoy me, right? The deals where I think that player is going to go to a top club, like when we didn't get Sadio Mane because he went to Liverpool and fans were going, we should have had him. Again, who's more attractive, Liverpool or Tottenham? Willian, we should have got him over the line. Yes, but Chelsea came in, they are over the line, right? Listen, Unai Emery, this is your last chance of being a troll. If you've not seen Alex Scott play,
honestly,
if you've not seen this lad play, that's on you. Watch him play. He is super talented. He's a very good footballer.
This great presenter on Football Focus as well.
Oh God, yeah. But you're right. But this is the point of it. Like people miss. Yeah,
but sorry, hang on, Phil. Sorry, but no, you don't. Phil, you're a grown man saying, "Oh, if you don't ask, you don't get." This isn't asking a girl out on a date. We're talking about 60, 70 million pounds worth of money moving hands. We're talking about a player uprooting his family and his life and moving somewhere. We're talking about agent fees. We're talking about shirt sales. So I don't think it is a bit harsh, mate. If we're saying just give it a go and offer some money, it doesn't work like that. Yeah. And D-Boy, how did Villa get Philip Coutinho? Right? I wonder why. Could it be that Philip Coutinho was going that way in his career and had loads of injuries?
And also wasn't it that the manager was one of his closest friends at Liverpool? I mean,
they were helping each other out, weren't they?
Of course they were. He was his mate Stevie G was offering him a way to get back into the Premier League.
And to be fair, I love Phil Coutinho. You know, when he was in his pomp and stuff, great player.
Agreed.
But look, it hasn't really worked out for either, has it? To be fair,
that's cool. But let's be fair. Philip Coutinho at that point isn't what we're talking about now.
Of course.
Yeah.
Philip Coutinho is going that way in his career. Yeah. Some of the players we're talking about
that way.
Yeah.
Right.
To be fair though, the one thing I would say, the key to I think success might well be scouting great players like Alex Scott and the best. Look, every team in the Championship will have a couple of lads coming through their academy or in the thing that would be a good enough Premier League quality and could do a job for us and in any position. So we've got to be smart about that, and they'll be known. They'll be known. But this is the thing: there's no people break out and have breakout seasons. But look, most of the Premier League knew about Virgil van Dijk and knew about players like, say, Wanyama, who used to play for us when they're at Celtic, but they weren't willing to take the gamble. So it's almost for the top echelon teams. So they almost wanted to wait and see how they developed at Southampton in both cases before they then went on and had to pay bigger amounts to get them. So Liverpool basically ended up paying tens of millions of pounds more for Virgil van Dijk than, say, Spurs or Liverpool could have got him for if they were willing to take a punt on he could make the jump from Scottish Premiership to English Premier League. But most clubs aren't willing to take that gamble. But we
Phil, you know what you've got to
have to be.
But you know what you've got to have in place to do what Liverpool did there when you track and monitor a player over a couple of clubs is you've got to have a long-term plan and a vision.
Yeah, of course.
Right. When
we've got that, haven't we?
I just want to read out a super chat. So Longhead Yeti, yes, I do read out super chats. Just we said big up, guys. How you so people have to realize sometimes when you're in a good debate, what you don't want to do is go, boom, let me read it. You lose momentum. But big up, guys. How you stick with this crap deserves respect. I'm old enough to remember when Spurs was a contender and not a joke. Listen, I agree. We all deserve medals. Now, I will go to a comment that is just, again, so ridiculous. This isn't even an opinion. I don't care if I'm calling people out. Whether it's Vardial or Grealish, it doesn't matter. Players come at a price. Right. Seb.
Late for this.
Seb, Vardial is the most highly rated young centre half in world football. Right?
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do you believe that Vardial wants to join Tottenham Hotspur? When he knows that Man City, Real Madrid, Liverpool, all of these top clubs want him, you think we'll get him at a price?
You're in cuckoo land.
It's mental.
Yeah, but lads, listen. The only way that could have happened, it can't happen now. It can't.
You keep helping these people with their delusion. It's not helpful.
Yeah, but mate, I'm getting it going. Yeah, but listen, the only way we could, any possibility, right, and it's only a 10%, is if we'd have turned around last summer and said, we'll money on the table, we'll get him, we're willing to meet the release clause, we'll give you massive pay, in terms of your wage packet, and we'll give you the release clause. So then, after the World Cup, showcase it, and then we'll let you go for 65 million if Real Madrid come or whoever. Do you know what I mean? But we'd never be willing to do that. So we haven't got him. And if we ever wanted Grealish, we should have got Grealish when he was 25 million from a struggling Villa. Right. But we don't do it.
This is what someone's made a great point here, actually, just to show that I don't just dig out the chats I don't like. This is the point. Go and watch Alex Scott. The kid is brilliant, right? And H makes a great point. This is exactly what our fans were saying back in the day when Maddison was at Coventry, and fans that watch other leagues were going, that boy can play.
I said
right?
James Maddison at Coventry. Yeah, agreed.
And this is what we do. Listen, I'm not sitting there going, we're going to buy 11 players from the Championship. But what I'm saying is, when you see a player like that, wouldn't it be nice to know that that's a pathway for our club? Wouldn't it be nice to know that we can do what we did with Dele Alli, what we did with Carl Walker, what we did with Tommy Huddleston, what we did? The names go on and on and on. I'm not saying this is the be-all and end-all. I'm not saying you go and buy Alex Scott and you're done. But squads need options. And I don't know the point of this comment. So should Spurs attract Ward-Prowse and Lavia? Of course they should be able to attract Ward-Prowse and Lavia. These are two centre mids. Yeah. James Ward-Prowse, of course we should be able to get. And Lavia's a young kid. So unless Man City want him back, yeah.
But this is the point. Spurs can attract James Maddison. However, the big however is always in this conversation is look at other teams. People think Spurs will be the only team that want to go for these people. Let's be honest. Arsenal want a DM. They might be getting Declan Rice. They might instead hear me out, but they also wanted Caicedo. But they might go, do you know what? We can get a cut price Lavia who's 20, who's looked brilliant at Southampton. We can bring him in and then get Declan Rice. My point being is the second a team like Arsenal, Man City, Man United, Liverpool, Arsenal, all these lot, Newcastle, they come in the conversation. We're dropping down the list of teams. He's going. I'm going to work my way up and go. I'll go up. People miss that.
I'm sorry. I've got to, and then we are going to end the show. Seb, I didn't twist your words. I read them out word for word. What you said, right? When you're talking about competing, as I said before, we can try and compete with Man City, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich for Vardial. His agent's going to be like, nah. Why is Vardial going to come to Tottenham Hotspur? And the last bit, I just made this point. The likes of when we didn't get Grealish when he was at Villa, not for 100 million, but when he was going for 25, 30 million, they're the deals that annoy me, Seb. I don't get annoyed at not being able to get Vardial because I know my place in the food chain, right? I know my place in the food chain. And the problem is there are so many fans now that are so unrealistic with their expectations because they're playing too many computer games. Oh, we should just get Vardial.
Seb is my burner account, by the way. I've been found out.
It can be.
Unai Emery has found me out.
It just makes me laugh when I see this on social media all day, every day. Spurs should just go and buy Vardial. If Spurs have got any ambition, they'll buy Declan Rice. It's like, what world are we living in? What world are we living in? I'm absolutely baffled. And as a football fan, when you try and be when you try and be a bit level-headed about it and remove your Spurs
that's never going to work, mate. That's never going to work.
People just go, oh, you've got no ambition. I've been wanting these owners out for 17 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Right? I've wanted these owners out for 16, 17 years, whatever it is.
Yeah, before it was fashionable.
Right.
You know what I mean? Before everyone...
Right. Exactly, Perchy.
Same.
I've wanted out for ages. Yeah, so here we go. So why couldn't they attract Maddison? His team has been relegated, just like Ward-Prowse. They're the same caliber. Both young, both British and good midfielders. Now, first of all, D-Boy, they're not both young. James Maddison is 27 years of age, I believe. Somebody will tell me if I'm wrong on that.
Young in life.
Right. And, but not football young. Right? Yeah, hang on. Bear with me 1 second, people. Right. So we're looking at James Ward-Prowse, right? James Ward-Prowse is 28 years of age, nearly 29. So he's not young.
Yeah, we can build a team around that.
And James Maddison is
27, isn't he?
James Maddison is 26, nearly 27, right? The difference between the two players is one has been getting rave reviews, ripping up the Premier League in terms of stats and goals. And already we've seen the likes of Newcastle go in for him. I've not seen any bids go in for James Ward-Prowse that have been reported or been rejected or whatever. There's a huge difference. Maddison is a much better footballer than James Ward-Prowse as well. James Ward-Prowse, I don't mind James Ward-Prowse, by the way. He's a decent footballer, but Maddison's that next notch up. But when you're comparing the two, I don't see one's a playmaker, one's a central midfielder. There's a lot of differences.
Yeah, but hold on, Sava. One we're not getting and one we might get.
But this is the point, though, and this is the key point.
This guy. Seb, everyone's expectations are we want Spurs to win a league. We want Spurs to buy the best players. But some of us are realistic. You might be older than me. You might have more expectation. But the difference is I understand how it works now. You don't. Go and buy Vardiel. Seb, you've just... Hang on, Perchy. Seb, you've just said go and buy Vardiel. Yeah? That's not having high expectations. That is delusions of grandeur.
Yep. And I was just... literally what I was going to say, literally my point was just that, like, get your head out of the clouds, guys. Like, listen, stop believing the sort of narrative that, oh, well, Spurs can just put a bid in and then throw money at it. Where are you getting this from?
Sava, Kuva made a great point on your show earlier as well. You know, how class Kane is. If Kane hadn't come through our academy, would we have bought a player on his level?
No.
Of course. But what we can do, we can go and scout players when they're young. And honestly, lads, we're going to have to roll the dice. And we're all going to have to strap in for that. But if we're smart enough, we can be like Dortmund have been, or like Brighton are, but we've got to get back to basics. On the pitch, we've got to get back to basics as well. Defend well, pass to a person in a lily white shirt. All these things might help us win football matches and make it easier on the eye, rather than people, saying turn off you Spurs. But I think. Look, I think at this stage in proceedings, we've all just got to be thankful that the season's ended and just hope against hope that we get someone in, and that against all odds, Levy actually gives the director of football and the manager more control this time. I don't think it'll happen. At least some sort of ethos.
Absolutely. All of this, none of this means anything unless we have a plan and an ethos. So, by the way, just quickly, yes, you did. D-Boy, when you're saying how many goals and assists has Maddison got this season? Here you go. Listen, seeing as you don't seem to know a lot, right? This season for Leicester, he's played 30 games and he's got 19 goal contributions in 30 games. 19 in 30, right? Last season, he played 35 and got 20 goal contributions. The season before, he got 18 goal contributions in 31 games. The guy is a fantastic playmaker. Yeah. I can't understand why people don't understand this about him.
But also the other thing, guys, as well, that I would say to you, D-Boy, we've always got to remember in football that there are still good players in bad teams. Right, of
course,
we might profit
Harry
from that.
Kane is the example.
Harry Kane,
example. Romero's another great example.
Don't start this. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
We're gonna make that tattoo work, Sava. We're gonna get that tattoo sorted. Don't worry about that.
Look. But Just Fly, we missed this. The problem is they've missed the opportunity to deliver the dream. I agree with Just Fly. I normally agree with everything you say. We've passed that. That was a few years back when we were flying high in Champions League. We've missed that. We now are in a position where we have no identity, no structure, no scouting network. Our best player has got 1 year left. Our goalkeeper for the last decade is being sold. We've got a really crap defence. We've got not a lot coming through the academy. Right? Then we've got no director of football, no manager.
All the academy lads are leaving because they know there's no pathway into the first team, which is the worst indictment.
Is exactly it. But
listen, what I say about Just Fly, where I think along these lines there could be a big problem coming up in the club, is that we all talk about this. We're paying the highest prices in world football for association to watch association football live in the stadium for those of us that are lucky enough to go, or unlucky enough to go, depending on how you feel about it. And we're not getting anywhere near the best in the Prem, let alone in the world. So how long can you, if we're customers, if I've got a customer reference number, and that's all I am to Levy, but he's not delivering on his end of the bargain, if it's all transactional,
we all know that
going to come to shove.
But Phil, we all know that. But when people are still saying more income, no excuse, the problem is there wasn't an excuse. So there wasn't an excuse. Now we are not attractive.
Yeah.
There's no USP to this football club now. As you said earlier, Phil, we heard. Do you remember at first it was under these owners, it was let's get into the Champions League. Tick. Once we move into the new stadium, tick. When we get the world-class manager, Jose Conte, tick. None of that changed this, right?
Yeah,
so the problem is now, do we have the world-class manager? No. Do we have a director of football? No. Do we have Champions League? No. Nothing is attractive at this club until we build something to be proud of and to be attractive. We can't buy our way out of this with expecting top players to join a club that don't have any history of trophies or success.
But I do think we did miss the boat, guys, when we should have been pressing home the advantage. And it's now all gone. And I think, look, unfortunately,
oh my God.
I wish there weren't, but this is why Levy and Enoch out is gaining traction, because I think some of the more moderate people are starting to see it.
I just can't. I've got to breathe. Right. Breathe. It's time to end the show.
Listen, I just want to break some news to people. Antonio Conte is no longer Spurs manager. We'd like to reopen this case. Unfortunately,
this guy, look now he's doing. Oh my God. I think we all acknowledge that. Right, I'm ending the show, guys. I'm ending the show. We're getting.
Wait, can I just ask one thing quickly?
No, please, no, Phil. No, Phil. I need to go. Come on, man. Come on.
I just wanted to know whether Tommy's comment about the wet wipe was like a compliment or a diss, because I can't work it out. I love a wet wipe. I'm a father of two boys. I need wet wipes in my life. So big up to you, Tommy.
Tell you what, remember silly comments like this in a couple of years when Alex Scott is in the Premier League playing for a top club. Remember this.
Or when the likes of Borussia Dortmund go in and spend £25 million on him and then he becomes one of the best English midfielders. Let's just remember that. Listen, when people talk about things like this, you completely miss it, guys. Like, listen, like I thought it was quite an easy. It was going to be easy, but I've lost the will to live. I can't lie. My head's scrambled. It's 1 o'clock in. It's
your head's gone.
Past 1.
Because unfortunately, people like that live in this era where, look, Alex Scott has 1 goal in 40 appearances. Watch him play. Watch the boy play football. Yeah. Oh my God, it's just
but Spurs King, actually, even the fact you're not rating him, this is the level we're at. If he is rubbish, he might fit in well at Spurs. So get him on board. Either way, it'll be fine. Either way.
I just want people to sort of get out of the clouds in thinking that we are the team. Do you know what it is? I feel like we're a team. We've got a fan base at the moment that think we're in 2019, that think we were just short of winning a Champions League under Pochettino. People need to start realizing that we're not that team anymore. We're 4 years older, and 4 years in football is massive. We're not that team anymore.
I think the thing we all need to come behind, though, lads, is unfortunately the lads that think we should be more. What's this? Championship Young Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Who is it? Season, sorry.
Yeah, Alex Scott, Young Player of the Season in the Championship, but someone over here who's never watched him play just sees that he's only scored 1 goal. Watch him play.
Yeah.
It is baffling how many people don't know any players outside the Premier League.
Listen, last thing I will want to say before we all go is whether you are really ambitious for the club, but we've been let down, or whether you want us to have a plan and build up again from the grassroots. It doesn't matter what any of us think. It only matters what one person does. And unless he pulls his finger out, It's not going to happen. So if you've been moderate and you didn't want to get involved, lend the people behind ENIC out your support, because that's what we need.
Phil, please. I'll tell you what. Can one of you answer this for me?
I'll do it. I'm fine.
You guys have known me for years. You see me how I debate in WhatsApp groups. Do you think I'm a fence man?
Seb, I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to answer this on.
I don't think there's any fences in his garden.
I was going to say, Sava. I'm more intrigued about where you've got this from, because I don't think Sava's sat on the fence in any debate, let alone not just in this conversation for the last nearly 4.5 hours. He's not sat on the fence once with anything. He always wants to protect your image. I don't know what that means. I mean, I think Sava's said exactly how he's felt.
You had an image, brother.
And I was going to say the image. I mean, Spurs probably wouldn't be able to pay your image rights, and not having the balls to call things out. What has he needed to call out? We've just been debating about that Spurs aren't an attractive football club anymore.
I think he must have missed when nearly everyone disagreed with me on Christian Romero.
And then you called him out.
Andy,
don't spend the last hour calling people out for bad takes in the.
Good. Anyway, listen,
this is the healing.
No, Phil, stop.
This is the healing.
Stop. I'm ending. Stop, Phil. Stop. I'm ending. I'm going to bed. At the end of the day, that idiot will be back. I'm sure we can destroy him another day.
Come back. It's a safe space.
Yeah, come back. It's a safe space. I'll call you an idiot again to your face. Thank you, everyone. I've really enjoyed the show. I've got to go. Phil, thank you very much, mate. Everybody, please get over and subscribe to Perchy as he's heading up towards.
I was going to say, if 6 of you in the chat haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Because I'm not going to be up to 6:20. But yeah, let's go because I'm tired.
And please subscribe to myself if you haven't already. It's always good fun over here. Right. We will see you later. Take care, everyone.
And here comes Hurst. He's got some people are on the pitch. They think it's all over. It is.